This happened to me when I was about 12 or 13 years old, so about 15 years ago, and I am a female. The town that I live in has developed a lot since this story, but when this happened there were a lot of factories spread out, with lots of land in between them. There was a Walmart being built in the area as well, but it had just barely started construction. There was a main highway that ran through there, but my mom didn't like taking it much, as traffic would get very bad most of the time. The side streets we would take were desolate, with not much light. There was also little to no cars taking these streets though. I can't remember where we were coming from that night, but in the car was my mom, my brother who was 3 years younger than me, and myself. My mom was obviously driving. I was in the passenger seat, and my brother was sitting behind me. My mom is the sweetest person ever, but is very adamant that she will never stop to help somebody on the side of the road, or pick somebody up, especially when her kids were in the car. She does, however, make sure she calls the police so that they can help. It was around 9 p.m., and we were going home when my mom and I spotted someone off to the side of the road, by the passenger side with their hood up. Nothing out of the ordinary. My mom slows down a little as it was very dark outside, and she didn't want to accidentally run anybody over that might be fixing their car. As soon as we were close to the car, the man stepped out from around the hood towards the street and began waving us down. I don't remember much of a description because I wasn't paying too much attention, plus I could barely see the man, but I do remember feeling bad we weren't at least going to stop to see what he needed. The man at this point is in the middle of the road waving his hands, but as we come up on the car, we don't see anybody else. My mom swerves around him and tells my brother to find the phone in her purse that was in the floor between the front and back seats. I look at my mom as she looks into her rear view mirror and her face goes white. Her eyes get wide. My mom slams her foot down on the accelerator. This was highly unusual, as she was usually really good at going the speed limit. I immediately knew that something was wrong. My mom's voice goes high, and in a panicked voice she asks my brother where her phone is. I'm yelling at her, "What's going on?" All this chaos is freaking my brother out, and with him being so little he started crying and couldn't find the phone. My mom kept her eyes on the road, but kept glancing up continuously at her rear view mirror, and finally answered, "He's following us." I'm not exactly sure what she was talking about, but I knew that this wasn't a good situation. My mom was speeding towards the highway. Thank goodness there was no traffic. I look out the back window and see somebody passing cars trying to keep up with my mom. I ask her where she's going, and she told me she's headed to the police station. As we were getting close, my mom tells me to jump out of the car as soon as she stops and grab my brother from the back seat, while she runs around the car to meet us. My mom stopped right in front of the police station and didn't even wait for the car to fully come to a stop before she put it in park. I opened my car door as fast as I could and grabbed my brother, who had quickly opened his as well. I took off in a full sprint with my brother in one hand and my mom on the other. Once we finally talked to a police officer is when I fully understood the extent of what had happened. My mom told the officer that once we had passed the guy with the broke-down car, he quickly ran to the hood and slammed it shut. He then hopped into his car and started taking off after us. That was when my mom knew this guy had horrible intentions. She said he kept trying to speed up to get on the side of us, but she was able to speed up to avoid that. Once my mom turned toward the police station, she said the guy had stopped following her, but still wanted to get to the police station in case he changed his mind. She gave the best description of the guy and his car, but because everything happened so fast, she didn't get a license plate number. I'm pretty sure the police never found him. I'm also not sure what the guy had planned for us, especially if we had actually stopped to help, but I know that it was nothing good. I moved a lot growing up. By the time freshman year of high school came around, I had moved 7 or so times, and was about a year and a half into my most recent move. I had found a pretty close group of friends in middle school, and we all went to high school together as well. I met him through one of those close friends. They were in band together, and even though he was almost 4 years older than us, we welcomed him into our group readily. Sam was easily twice my size, tall and heavy-set, and originally kind of intimidating, although I was never afraid of large men before him. Lesson learned. I had kind of a bad home life. I'd spend as much time as I could at school, sometimes hanging around the school campus until 6 or 7 at night with this same friend group. 3 of us lived in the same direction, and we would walk the half-hour trip together until our paths split. One slightly colder evening, Sam offered to walk me home, since the others had already gone. I just thought he was being a gentleman. He mentioned something from a previous move, when he lived in California. He didn't walk a friend home, and something horrible ended up happening. He left it at that, and I allowed him to walk me home. We got a lot closer after that. We bonded over both living in California, and exchanged numbers as well. He would message me late into the night about his depression and self-harm, and I just wanted to help. A few months later, he tried asking me out. It was a big, romantic gesture. He learned a Disney song on the ukulele and sang to me in the cafeteria. I was already dating someone, though, and when I turned him down, he got angry. A freaky, quiet, twitchy kind of angry. I felt so bad. I started seeing him everywhere after that. We were still friends. We still hung out in the same groups. But I would pass him on the street walking somewhere, and a few minutes later I'd see that he'd changed directions and had started to follow me. He would walk me to my classes by following me in passing period at a distance. I started to minimize the group time we spent together, and he would follow me even more. I had friends meet me at each class to walk me to my next one because I felt unsafe. He knew where I lived as well. Then he started to talk, not to me, but to mutual friends, about that one California girl who he tried to walk home. At first, she shared my name, some crazy coincidence. Then she had the same brown curly hair and blue eyes, and over weeks this fantasy evolved. They were walking home and were jumped by some guy with a knife. It was a robbery gone wrong on her birthday, January 24th, which happens to be my birthday. She died horribly and he couldn't react in time. She bled out in his arms. Sarah, who had brown curly hair, blue eyes, my name, my birthday, and sounded just like me, bled out in his arms. Each retelling added more and more detail, and this guy with this sick fantasy about my death would follow me around and knew where I lived. My boyfriend was abusive, mentally and physically, but I stayed as close to him as I could whenever I could, because if the worst happened, I knew for sure at least that he could throw a punch. I never felt safe at school, or in our little town walking home from school in the dark. But one day at school he had a complete breakdown, freaked out and ran out in a panic. I was sent after him, and I found him curled up on the floor. I got closer. I knew about his anxiety and depression, and my safety aside, I wanted to make sure he was okay. It was then that he told me this horrifying story that I had been hearing from mutual friends with added details. We had been walking home from a concert in California. We passed a dark alley and a homeless man came out with a rusty knife, asking for anything valuable. I fumbled for my phone. I didn't have anything else on me, and he thought I was calling the cops. Stabbed me once, twice, again and again, and Sam stood there horrified. He saw red and grabbed the broken glass bottle near my body, attacked the homeless man, and killed him with his own knife. He told me that he killed someone. It didn't matter how messed up he was anymore. I didn't care if it was fantasy or real, and I didn't care how it would affect his mental health anymore. I wanted to go to the police, because he was scaring me. My friends convinced me to go to the school counselor first. That morning we went and told them everything. The stalking, the stories, how he admitted to murder and was the reason they moved from California, how I was afraid for my life and wanted to call the police. And the counselor didn't take us seriously. She went to the principal, and the principal, who's not a mental health expert, called Sam in to talk about the accusations. The principal then informed me that he did not think that Sam had any kind of mental illness, or that I was in any danger, and that was that. I lost faith in adults, gave up on going to the police. I stayed with my friend, walking me in between classes, hiding behind my abusive boyfriend, and looking behind me every step of my walk home that year. The counselors ended up gaslighting us, to the point where this all feels like a fever dream now. I would think it was all made up, if it weren't for my journal entries recording the events, and my growing panic. The similar stories from my friend group helped as well. Disclaimer: English is not my native language, so I probably made a few mistakes while typing this. Sorry about that in advance. I've never posted anything here, so I'm a bit new to this. The story I want to share with you happened 1 year ago, not too long after the beginning of the first semester. I was 20 by then, and I used to hang out near my university a lot at this time of year. The weather was still really nice and warm, and my university was just adjacent to a beautiful park. As we had a 3-hour break, a friend of mine asked if I wanted to eat lunch in the park rather than sit in the cafeteria. I of course said yes, and so we walked over. It was a regular school day, probably a Thursday, and the place was filled with kids, students, and people walking their dogs, so not very empty at all. It may seem a bit odd to underline this, but I rarely go by myself to a park if there's no one else around, because it makes me feel very nervous. Kind of vulnerable. I'm an overly anxious person, so don't judge me. But this day, the place was very crowded, and we barely managed to find a place somewhere on the grass for us to sit down. We ate, talked, and enjoyed the sunny weather together for a good hour. After about an hour, though, the park was way emptier than when we had arrived. Almost all of the children had left by now, and we were quite on our own. As we both wanted to smoke a joint a little before returning to classes, and now that we wouldn't bother anyone with the smoke, we went ahead and rolled 2 joints. I know it's not an especially good thing, but it was our little habit when we hung out together. Anyway, the past belongs in the past, right? I was focused on rolling up, when my friend suddenly turned and asked me, "Hey, do you see them?" I looked in the same direction as her, but I couldn't see what she was talking about. She insisted, though. "Those guys with the bag, they're staring at us." And then I saw them. 50 meters away from us, 2 guys who seemed a little bit older than we were standing in the middle of the way, looking very intensely at us. They literally had no expression on their face. I'm kind of used to creepy men, whether they're polite or much more intrusive. You know, those who follow you in the streets, who inexplicably stare at you in the bus for 30 minutes, those who won't leave your side unless you give them your number. It can be really easy to get rid of them, but those encounters are often awkward, embarrassing, or even worse. I felt a little uncomfortable, but I wasn't too worried. As I kept on watching them, I understood right away that they were going to talk to us. I asked my friend if she knew them. She answered no, adding that she hoped they would not come over and say hi. Unfortunately for us, 3 minutes later they were right in front of us, smiling. There were 2 of them. The first to talk introduced himself as Manny. He was a small and short-haired guy who we could obviously tell at a glance was on drugs. I wouldn't know which ones, to be honest, though. The other one was a tall, pale, and quiet guy. I can't remember his name. Let's call him Steve to make things a bit easier. Manny talked and smiled a lot. He introduced himself and his friend, asked us about our day, praised the warm temperatures. He seemed either unable to shut up or desperately trying to play it cool with us. Before we could even tell them to leave, he invited himself to join us on the grass, assuming that we would be okay with it. As a welcoming gift, he opened his bag. It was a huge plastic one, like one you would take with you to grab some groceries, and showed us a 4.5-liter bottle of vodka. I couldn't help but judge them. It was 1 p.m. in a park in broad daylight, so that much felt ridiculous to me. His friend handed us a tiny and already used paper cup. We declined the offer, of course, saying that we needed to stay sober because we had classes to attend 2 hours later. Unfortunately, it seemed they had already drunk a fair portion of the vodka themselves, and they kept insisting until my friend finally told them, "Look, I'm not the type of person who would drink vodka right after lunch. I either drink it on Friday night with my friends or pass my turn, so don't ask us again." I should tell you now, my friend is not a scaredy cat at all. To be honest, she's the bravest person I've ever met, and she's never uncomfortable in front of strangers. Usually, when she's bothered by a weird guy, she either tries to act weirder than him to make him feel uncomfortable, or laughs it off, making jokes and acting friendly until she tells him to leave, because she'd rather be alone. In the worst cases, she'll just kick his ass and leave. Even though she didn't want their company, she was still unperturbed and relaxed, way more so than I was, and it felt good to have her by my side. They must have felt that she was quite serious, because they stopped insisting, and instead they started to ask us things like, "Are you students? Do you have a boyfriend? Can I have your number?" and so on. We were both in a relationship, and not interested in the two of them, but that didn't stop them at all from flirting. They kept complimenting us in a heavy, unpleasant, and clumsy way, and we began to feel embarrassed. We could clearly tell that the alcohol was unleashing itself upon them. They were annoyingly enticing, openly flirty, and it escalated quickly from sympathetic remarks on the way we were dressed to nasty sexual advances. As I said, we were not interested, but they wouldn't take no for an answer. I was so uncomfortable that I avoided eye contact as much as I could, while trying to find a way for us to get out of this situation. At this point, 2 other men walked up out of nowhere, supposedly their friends, and came and sat with us, even though we didn't tell them that they could. They looked dirty, idle, and stoned, and one of them had a scrawny dog full of fleas as well. We kept our thoughts for ourselves. My friend tried to get them to leave with something like, "We should probably get back to college now." It didn't work the way we planned. Instead, they offered to come with us, claiming it was not the first time they had crashed classes just for fun. We said we didn't want to get into any trouble, but Manny insisted again. We kept declining. He kept insisting. Eventually, he said, "Don't worry, it's no big deal." Suddenly, he pulled a gun out of his pants and brandished it in front of us with a proud expression on his face. We immediately stopped smiling. First, because we live in France, and carrying guns is neither allowed nor usual. And second, because we now felt trapped. The gun looked old, but real, heavy and extremely dangerous in drunken hands. It was suddenly not funny anymore. I was genuinely afraid of what might happen next. One of his friends, the one with the dog who I'll call Nick, started to panic, got up and yelled, "Are you fucking crazy? Don't you know I have heroin on me?" "Chill out, there's no cops here." His friend shook his head and took his bag, ready to get out of there. Manny pretended to be aiming at Steve, and he told us with his big carnivorous smile that he could shoot him without being in trouble. Steve suddenly seemed a little nervous as well. Nick walked away, yelling that he didn't want to be seen with us because it was too risky, and I couldn't find myself disagreeing. We were in the middle of the day, in an almost empty park, so the scene seemed quite surreal. I just thought, crap, I've never been this close to a gun. The owner is drunk as well. It looked bad. He turned towards us, exhibited the weapon, and asked for our opinion. "Do you like it? Are you scared?" I tried my best to hide the fact that I was scared, because I didn't want him to notice it and take advantage of me. Even my friend kept a fake smile on her face to keep up appearances. He quickly put the gun back in his pants and stared at us for a long time with a strange look in his eye. After a while, he strangely asked, "What did you see?" I figured he was talking about the gun, but I couldn't understand why he would ask such a thing with such a suspicious tone. He asked again, so I said, "I saw nothing." He laughed. My answer may seem stupid, but I didn't want him to feel proud or give him power over us. I thought it was stupid to carry a gun and point it at his friend as well, but he simply kept laughing. His laugh sounded awful in my ears, like one of a cold-blooded sociopath. I was so nervous that my hands started shaking. My friend must have noticed it, because all of a sudden she grabbed my arm. "Oh crap, we're late. We have to go, so have a nice day." We took off running as fast as we could. They shouted after us, "Can we have your phone number at least?" We never walked so fast to get to classes than this day, even though we ended up not attending the lecture because our teacher was sick. At the time, how could we know though? We were still so astounded by what just happened that it took us several hours to process. After that, we avoided the park for a long period of time. I want to add something because it may be confusing. We had no idea who they were as well. We had never seen them before, and we didn't know what business they were in, or what kind of things they could do. We could only make assumptions, because, well, they were carrying hard drugs and Manny had a gun. But one thing was for sure, they all seemed pretty fucked up as human beings. We could have asked them why they had those things on them, but it felt a little too risky. We were two defenseless girls, and it felt safer to stay quiet about delicate subjects. We also never told the police because we had no idea what proof we were supposed to give them. So I've recently discovered this page, and thought I would share my Let's Not Meet encounter. I'm not sure if it belongs here, so just let me know if it would fit somewhere better. So I lived in a pretty nice area with my husband and some family friends. We lived there for a few years, with nothing bad ever happening around us. Overall, it was a very safe neighborhood. For context, I'm a very short white female, and I'm considered disabled, even though visually I look fine. I could never really beat anyone up since my disability limited my activity severely. Anyways, on to the story itself. This happened about a year before we moved. I had had some stories pop up on Facebook about some traffickers that were targeting women and children at a local store that we lived just behind. I was a bit freaked out, so I made it a point to not go to the store without my husband. I still got the news articles about people being followed and grabbed and kidnapped from this store, but I felt pretty safe as long as I didn't go anywhere without my husband. I was going to work one day. I worked about 15 minutes away from our house. It was a call center kind of out in the middle of nowhere. There were fields every which way around us. I worked the afternoon shift and was one of the last people to leave at night. I had to stop and get gas, and was a little freaked out because I was scared to go anywhere without my husband. I wasn't going to make it to work and back home though, so I had no choice. I stopped at the gas station and was slightly relieved that it was very busy. I got out and started pumping my gas when this big van pulled up in the spot right next to mine. A man got out and started pumping his own gas. Then he walked around the pump and got in between my car and me. He smiled at me and said, "Wow, your car is so clean. How did you get it so clean?" I was flabbergasted by the question. My car was a complete mess. It was so dirty it even had bugs still stuck on it. "Why don't you, show me how you get it so clean?" He reached out to touch me, but I jerked back. Another car pulled up behind me, and a man hopped out. I think he freaked the other guy out, because he walked back to his van. I quickly finished pumping my gas and hopped into my car, locked the doors, and sped away. A few minutes later, though, I look out my window, and the van is behind me, riding my bumper pretty much. I could see the guy smiling and laughing with some other man. I was pretty freaked out, but figured he was just going to the freeway. We passed by the freeway exit, but he keeps following me. Now I was getting freaked out. The only place on this road now is my work. I called my husband, but he didn't answer, since he was at work as well. I didn't really know what to do, so I just picked up speed and continued to work. I kept looking back, and the van was always still there, just a little farther back. I made it to work finally. It was a large building, with lots of cars in the parking lot. I parked right in front of the doors in a handicap spot and ran inside. I looked back through the locked doors and saw the man stopped in front looking pissed off. I ran up to where my department was and went right up to a friend who happened to be ex-military. He carried a gun on him at all times, and I cried as I told him what happened. After I got to work, I was still freaked out all day. We closed and I was walking down to my car. I peeked out the windows and saw the white van was still there. I couldn't see anyone in there, and to be honest, I wasn't completely sure it was the same van. I ran back to my department though, and told my friend what was going on. He pulled out his gun and walked me outside. The van had now moved right behind my car. My friend walked me to his car. We got in and he drove me right up to mine. He then followed me all the way home and sat outside until I was safely inside. I could see the van following us, but once we passed the freeway, he turned onto it. The next afternoon on my way to work, I passed by the gas station, and the van pulled out just as I did so. Again, they followed me to work, but turned away once I got to the parking lot. This went on for about a week. They would follow me to work, leave, then be outside as I was leaving, and my friend had to walk me out. My buddy told me that they were probably trying to learn my schedule so they could figure out a time to jump me. He insisted I take one of his guns just in case he wasn't there at work to walk me out. I didn't want it though. I was afraid that if I had it, then I would get pulled over for something and get in trouble for having a gun not registered in my name. I was telling my husband that evening about how this van was still following me, and he suggested that I should just call the cops and let them know. I was stunned. I honestly don't know why I didn't think of that myself. So the next morning, when I was about to get ready for work, I called. I told them everything, and then I left for work. Just like clockwork, the van pulled out of the gas station and started following me. We were on the long stretch of road that nothing was on when I spotted a car parked off to the side. I passed. The car passed as well, and then the lights came on. The van was pulled over. I later found out that the men following me had several warrants for rape and attempted kidnapping. The back of the van had knives, rope, gloves, masks, chloroform, and other sketchy crap stored within. The cops believed that I was going to be their next target. When I got back to work, my friend wasn't there. He happened to be sick that day. I'm glad I called the cops that morning, because I don't think I would have made it home if he wasn't there to walk me out. Anyway, that's my creepy story. I hope you guys liked it. We have since moved out and live in a not as nice area, but so far I haven't noticed any creepy people around. I always carry pepper spray just in case, though. I've read a lot on this subreddit and enjoyed many of its posts, so I thought I should contribute. This isn't anything nearly as crazy as some of the stuff I've read on here before, but I thought that I ought to give back a little to the community. It was the summer right after I graduated from high school. A good friend and I decided we'd try our hand at camping. We grew up in the greater Los Angeles area, so our knowledge of the great outdoors was nothing beyond the couple of years we had had in Cub Scouts of America, all the way back when we were in elementary school. In other words, we had no idea what we were doing. We packed a tent, a couple of bags, supplies, and headed off in his car. Note well that I grew up in the 80s, so this time was before the wide prevalence of cell phones and the existence of other portable digital devices. We drove north on the 395 for about 6 hours, then headed westward into the mountains of the area of Inyo Canyon. Our first mistake. We didn't pre-plan which place to camp. We played it by ear like fools. The second mistake. We didn't leave until mid-afternoon. It was pitch black darkness when we finally arrived in the general area. We had driven off the main road and onto a dirt road in order to find a nice spot to camp. The dust from driving through the dirt overwhelmed the headlight high beams when we finally decided to pull over and set up camp. It was around 23:30 around this time, and we were exhausted and famished. Any place was a good spot to camp for us, given our only reason to do so at this point was our hunger and exhaustion. Third mistake. We didn't bring flashlights either. We only had BIC lighters for our cigarettes. We tried to set up the tent using our lighters and the headlights of the car, which was parked about 10 to 15 feet away. The wind was blowing fiercely though, so the lighters constantly sputtered out after only a few seconds, either directly because of the wind or indirectly because the wind would push the flame into our thumbs. Clearly we were being complete idiots. We finished setting up the tent though eventually, but at that point I was too tired to even eat. My friend managed to make some instant ramen though. We smoked a cigarette in the car, then crashed out in the tent. We awoke to a very cold morning. It must have been around 5:30, and immediately upon exiting the tent, we realized that we were cramped at the entrance of a hiking trail. There were at least 2 no camping signs within visible distance from us. We dismantled the tent quickly, cleaned up, and cleared out. That morning, we ended up buying some cheap flashlights and a hot meal in a very small town nearby. It wasn't really a town, more like a few storefronts and shops on a main road, only about the length of an average city block. We went into some office, though I don't recall exactly what it was. It might have been a park ranger station, or the office headquarters for a campground. In any case, we found and reserved a good site for the night this time. The campground was basically a large circle with campsites along its outer circumference, with each campsite being about 50 yards from its neighbor. In the middle of the circle was a common bathroom and shower. We circled around it once, and I think we saw one family that was all set up with a tent and camper. We found our spot and set up camp, which was quite far away from them. That night was when we had a creepy encounter. My friend and I were laying in the tent, shining our flashlights upward and just chatting away. Our new flashlights eventually gave out though. Yes, broken. Our fire pit was about 6 feet from the opening of our tent, and it was just a glowing ember at this point. We probably should have completely put it out, and we probably also shouldn't have had the tent so close. In any case though, there we were in the dark, chatting away and having a good time. My friend began to be distracted with his foot. After the 3rd or 4th time, he got up to check what was happening. I asked him what was wrong. He told me that something was tapping his foot from outside the tent. His foot was leaning up against the side, so from the outside you would have been able to see a bulge in the tent's side where his foot was. It was as if pebbles were being thrown at his foot through the tent. There it is again. What the hell? Each time it happened, there would be a sound like pebbles or a light tap. We sort of laughed it off, assuming it was a twig or grass moving in the wind, and perhaps a loose strap on the outside of the tent. I don't recall exactly how it happened at first. But I do remember we suddenly became silent at the same time. A sound became audible to the both of us. Footsteps, slowly moving towards our tent. We wondered if it was a bear or other non-human animal, but it seemed distinctly bipedal. They were very slow and measured, a step about every 2 seconds. I finally said in a whisper, "Someone's coming." My friend didn't move. His face had an expression of fear. At some point, my friend bolted up and just said, "Fuck this." He grabbed his pipe, stuffed it full of pot, and took the biggest, deepest drags I've ever seen a person take. About a minute or 2 later, he was all out. And drugs aren't my thing, so I was alone in the tent as far as conscious bodies were concerned. I was sitting up alert at this point, and I had taken out the only weapon I had, a Swiss Army pocket knife. I took out the big and small blades, as well as the ice pick in the middle, and held it like some ridiculous combo melee weapon. I could see the glowing embers in the fire pit through the sheer nylon material of our tent, and I was able to roughly but barely discern some of the rocks around it. I watched and listened intently. The footsteps came closer, and at the same slow pace. With each step, I could hear the dirt and rocks underfoot crunching and grinding. At some point, it was clear to me that whoever it was standing between the tent and the fire pit, for my fuzzy line of sight to the burning embers through the nylon became obscured by something outside the tent. The footsteps stopped right in front of us, about 6 to 8 inches, no more than a foot from the entrance of the tent. I was silent for about 1 minute, when I suddenly heard a click. At exactly the same time, I clearly saw through the nylon tent wall a flashlight turn on. I was able to not just see the flashlight, but also the outline of the hand holding it. The light was shining on the zipper entrance into the tent, just inches away. Blood drained out of my head, and my palms instantly became dripped in sweat. I yelled out, "Who's there?" There was some fear in my voice, but it was mostly aggressive in tone. Whoever it was, the person immediately turned off their flashlight. I didn't move, and neither did they. They stood outside the entrance, gazing down on us. My friend is out, totally unaware of what's going on. Nevertheless, I pretended he was still awake, and whispered just loud enough to be audible to our visitor. "Yes, it's loaded. There's one in the chamber," as if my friend was awake and had asked me about a gun. Our fourth mistake. We didn't have a gun, or any real weapon for self-defense. It felt like an eternity, but after sitting still for at least 10 minutes, I finally slowly heard the feet turning in the dirt, then walking away from the tent steadily. I stayed up the whole night, and it wasn't until the light of dawn came through the tent that I finally crashed out. The heat inside the tent woke us up, and it was near noon by this point. We went outside to inspect the site, but found nothing missing. However, we did find boot prints leading away from our campsite, and outside the campground itself. That was the last time I ever camped in a tent. About a year ago, I was working on my design portfolio and needed some art supplies. Mainly some clay for a project I had been working on for about 2 months, and a bunch of markers as well. It was sometime in the week I decided to head to my favorite arts and supply store, which is located in a warehouse area of town. There's basically no residential areas, just a lot of warehouses and other large-scale industrial buildings. Normally I would take my car and ride to the store and back, as I never really liked walking in that area, and I always felt uneasy in the dark of German winters. That day, however, my girlfriend had taken the car to another town for an internship, so I was forced to take the train. When I left my flat, I walked the 5 minutes it takes to the train station, whilst listening in to some music. The train station was very crowded, and I waited on the bench for the train to arrive. As German trains tend to do, it was very late. When I got to my stop, it was almost dark out, and I was dreading walking to the art store alone. Luckily, the walk to the store was fine. I was walking alone with no light, but my phone was on, and I had some music to keep me company. It was only a 10-minute walk as well. When I arrived at the store, I picked up my 12 pounds of clay, a bunch of markers, as well as some spray cans. By the time I had left the store after gathering up all my things, it was completely dark out. The area had barely any streetlights since it was so industrial, and I started to feel uneasy. With 12 pounds of clay holding me down, I couldn't really be that fast. After about 4 minutes or so of walking, my phone died as well. I stopped to check if it was really dead or just bugging out. I was angry at myself for having forgotten to charge it before leaving home. Whilst standing there gawking at my phone, someone walked by me very quickly. I didn't get a good look at the man, but he seemed very erratic. His movement reminded me of someone high on drugs. After about 5 seconds, he took a sudden turn, and was gone from sight. I figured he was just on his way to his own place, and picked up my bag and started to go on my way as well. About a minute or two later, though, the same man returned from around the corner and began to walk towards me once again. Since there was only one walkway, I couldn't change sides or walk away from him. In my mind, he just bought some drugs or sold some, and I didn't really want to know his business. This time, though, as he passed me by, he stared at me with this deranged, psychotic look in his eyes. This time I got scared. Not only was he taller than me, but he was also way more muscular than me. After taking another 10 to 20 steps, I looked back to check where he was. I hoped that he was walking further down the road, but when I looked back, he was barely 10 meters away from me and walking very quickly towards me. I had only had about 100 more meters until I was at the train station. In all honesty, I should have just dropped the clay and ran, but I didn't think about it in the moment, and I ran with the 12 pounds of clay in my hand. As I started running, I could hear his footsteps running after me. I reached the train station steps and flew up them like I never had before, feeling like he was right on my heels still. At the top of the stairs were a crowd of people, and once I reached the top, I felt safe enough to look down the stairs. But as I looked, he was nowhere to be seen. I took the next train home and never saw him again after that. I don't know what his intentions were, and honestly, I don't even want to know. I ran a bunch of errands yesterday. The final one entailed going to a specific company's office. Unfortunately, there were only 2 in my area, and I couldn't have made it to the office across town that I prefer before they closed, which left me with the one in the ghetto. It was still broad daylight out, and I parked right up against the busy major road in the otherwise empty parking lot. I assumed nobody would try anything. Wrong. I get into my car, roll my window down, and as I'm texting my boyfriend to confirm I've finished the errand, a woman appears at my window suddenly. She was very obviously on drugs, and at first she was just giving me the typical beggar spiel. I'm homeless, I need money. All I had on me was a card, but I still had half a salad left from lunch, so I offered that to her. She seemed to be contented with that for a moment, but then continued to ramble on about how she was in labor, when she clearly was not even pregnant, by the way. Her husband can't come to the hospital because it's against his religion, and she needs a C-section immediately. She then suddenly leans in my window so that her face is right next to mine and says, "I'm having this baby right now, and if you don't help me, I'm gonna kill you right here," while shaking a hand inside her hoodie pouch, insinuating to me that she had a weapon held inside. At this point, I'm fairly certain if I was to grab the car keys and start trying to drive off without her, she was going to legitimately stab me, or do something like jump into my car and get seriously injured falling off when I got out onto the highway. I played along. I promised her I'd take her to the hospital, and waited until she hopped into my car. As I started heading towards the hospital, intentionally squealing tires away from green lights, going 15 over the limit, and driving as shittily but safely as possible, in the hopes of a cop pulling me over to save me from this hell, she remained perfectly still, with her hand in her hoodie pouch, rambling on about things like, she's been pregnant since 2017, her husband will murder her for having this baby, she's going to shoot me if it doesn't survive. Suddenly, she erupts into this god-awful screech. She just starts kicking at my dash, and demands to know why I'm going the way I am, because Taco Bell is the other way. I thought you wanted me to go to the hospital to have the baby with you. She tells me no, the baby needs food, and if it starves, she's going to shoot me and watch me bleed out. At this point, I'm not sure if she was bluffing, or if she was actually serious about the death threats, since I couldn't physically see the weapon. But regardless, I wanted to get as far away from her as possible. I pulled into a grocery store parking lot and told her I was going to go get her a soda and food for the baby. Luckily, somehow she agreed to that, so I locked her in the car hid behind a pillar at the front of the store, and called police immediately. They managed to get her out of the car and calmed her down enough to where she'd sit still enough to be questioned for a while. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but they were very patient with her, even as she was trying to kick at their legs and scratch them. I could even hear her screeching occasionally. Eventually, one approached me for my statement. He told me I'd done the right thing by not upsetting her, and thanked me for calling for help instead of escalating the situation. He escorted me back to my car after making sure I was physically and mentally okay to drive, and as I was heading down the highway towards my house, a bunch of ambulances suddenly started tearing down the road towards the grocery store I'd parked at. I haven't seen anything on the news, and I haven't received any calls from the PD yet, but I hope everything turned out okay, and that she didn't hurt herself or anyone else. So, if you're still out there, lady, I hope you get the help you need, but truly, I don't ever want to see you again. A couple of years ago, I flew home to visit family. I'd be there about a week, then we'd head to the coast for a week, then go back home for another. I really needed this break. I just ended an on-again, off-again relationship. Like seriously, on one day, then off the very next. It took 7 months of putting up with it in the end. Because you're supposed to fight for what's important to you, right? Anyhow, I finally just said it was done. No more chances, no trying to work it out. Just done. With that chapter of my life being over, I was more than happy to be somewhere else, surrounded by family, and begin putting myself back together. Got there, spent a couple of days sleeping quite a lot. My mother's a nurse, and she was becoming concerned that there was something physically wrong with me. I just needed a couple of days in a safe place, where I could let my brain work on digesting the new life I'd had when I got back home. So, before we left for the coast, I met up with a friend from grade school that I'd kept in contact with over the years. I thought it would just be he and I, but it didn't really faze me that another person showed up. We hung out for a while, and then I needed to head home because I had to take a backwoods rural route to get back, or take a different route that would add another 20 miles onto my trek. Being backwoods, I needed to be able to keep an eye out for stray deer, so I said goodbye and told S.A. that if he was ever in my neck of the woods, look me up and we'd grab a drink or hang out together. I told him to grab my number from my friend, and out the door I went. About halfway home, though, I got this weird queasy feeling in the pit of my stomach, so I slowed way down, and sure enough, there was a deer in the middle of the road. Because I had slowed down so much, I could see another car out on the road. I couldn't shake the queasy feeling, so I figured it would be better to cut off and go down the main road, because there were more places to stop just in case. I seriously didn't want to stop in some random rural farmer's driveway. I've watched far too many movies to ever make that mistake. So I get over to the main road and pull into a gas station, and sit there for a few minutes, trying not to get sick to my stomach. I ran into the store, grabbed some water and ginger ale, and came back out to my vehicle, but I still couldn't shake that feeling. I started to head home from the gas station, and knew I didn't want to go straight home, so I drove around, taking this road or that, until finally the weird feeling went away. Then I went home and read for a bit, fell asleep right after. The next day, everything was perfectly fine, and we headed off to the coast. Fast forward 2 weeks. The trip is over, and I'm still feeling a little fragile over the breakup, but that's about all. I figured I would begin the process of cleansing the environment of negative energies, and then work through the baggage that came with the breakup. I knew there was a lot, and it would take quite some time. So, the next day, I'm going about my business, and everything as cool as can be, when picking through the junk left behind after a breakup at least. I'm really just doing mindless things to zone out, and not have to think too much on the activity, since my brain was already working full-time anyway. A little bit later in the day, though, my phone suddenly rings. I don't get a lot of calls, so I assume there might be a family emergency, and that I would need to answer ASAP. The area code of the caller, who was not in my contacts, is the same as my cousin, so I answered without a second thought. On the other end, though, was S.A., the acquaintance I'd met at my friend's house. It was a little weird for him to be calling me, but I wasn't thinking that anything was terribly out of the ordinary. I asked him what was up, and he said he was at the airport. I found it a little bit odd, but I said, "Oh, that's cool, I guess. Where are you going?" He said that he'd already landed. Again, I was distracted, and really just wanted to get him off the phone so I could go back to my mental sidestep and zone out while my brain chugged away. I said that I hoped he had a good time wherever he was, but suddenly he said that he needed me to come pick him up. Wait, what? Did you just say you needed me to come pick you up? Yeah, I came to visit you. Pause there for a second. I know for a fact I didn't show any more interest in him than general courtesy. Even the tossed over-the-shoulder look-me-up comment was just one of those polite things to say because you never actually plan on seeing them ever again. Why did you come to visit me? I asked. I felt a deep connection. I wanted to be with you. I was starting to get angry, as well as a bit freaked out at this stage. I told him I felt no such connection at all, and couldn't believe he would fly all the way across the country just to see someone he'd spend about 2 hours with. He countered, "You invited me when you said to look me up." No, that's just the polite thing to say to some random person that's taken a very small impression on me. He got mad and said he needed to find a way back home since I had misled him. Misled him? What the fuck? Look me up if you're ever in my neck of the woods. It somehow led him to think that was a basis for a sort of encounter that was meaningful. He told me he needed a place to stay until he could get the money for a plane ticket back. I told him that there were more than enough hotels that he could stay at while he got himself sorted out. He said he didn't have any money after buying the random one-way plane ticket. At this stage, I was flabbergasted, angry, and freaked out that someone would do that on a one-way ticket. Finally, though, I caved. I said he could stay one night while he sorted shit out, but I expected him to be gone no later than the morning of the day after tomorrow. I bring him back to my place, throw pillows and a blanket on the couch, and turn to head to my bedroom. He asks if he can sleep with me. No. Actually, no fucking way that's gonna happen. I point out that I have firearms, and I warn him not to come in. The next day, I have to work, so I woke him up and told him to get up and find a way home immediately. I also told him I had work, but would check on his progress because the next morning, I was dropping him off for departures, regardless of whether he had a way back or not. At work, he blew my phone up all day, kept pestering me to come back for lunch and other sorts of things. I told him no. I was way too busy, of course. I finally get home from work, and I'm chuckling at a text I got about my dog, and that's when I noticed he had rearranged everything, and by everything, I mean every room of the house had been changed. I flipped my lid. I asked him why in the hell he thought it was normal to do anything that he did. Instead of answering, he got mad. He asked who I'd been talking to. It really wasn't any of his business, but I'd received a text from the guy watching my dog while I was on vacation. Color me shocked when he said he didn't want me to talk to the guy. I was no longer freaked. A full-force apocalyptic disaster was about to be unleashed and leave nothing behind but a smoking crater. The temperature dropped to 10 degrees, and I very calmly said to get his shit. I was calling a cab to take him to the airport because he was clearly crazy. Side note, full rage has been achieved when it feels like the temperature drops, and I speak very calmly. If I'm complaining about something, it's a quick burn. If I go monotone calm and tilt my head to one side slightly, that's Arctic levels of anger. He, unaware of the environmental change that had occurred, and the chances of his survival dropping by the second, decided to tell me he'd hacked my computer and got my ex's phone number. They both agreed that I was a heartless bitch. We were fast approaching the epic scale disaster, and he finally seemed to notice how deep into rage I had sunk. I told him it was unlikely he'd gotten into my computer, because it was locked with a full quote from The Art of War by Sun Tzu. He would have had to have the processing power of the Hadron Collider to break it, and it was obvious that was not the case. I told him he had 3 minutes to get his stuff and get out, or I couldn't be responsible for what would occur. He continued yelling insults at me, gathered his stuff, and left. After that, I used to get lots of calls and texts from him. I'd block one, then 6 more would pop up. It happened all the time, but eventually it just stopped altogether. And to this day, I have no idea, nor any interest in knowing where he's at, or if he ever made it back. You know how this whole thing goes. Long-time reader, first-time poster. My name is James. I'm 20 years old, and this happened to me when I was 18. Before I start, though, I have to tell you some background. I used to go to a college in New Hampshire. I'm in no way an intimidating person by stature, and most of my friends aren't either, considering quite a lot of them are girls, so just keep that in mind. One night I was sitting in my dorm room, working on some homework that I needed to do for class the next day. About an hour and a half into doing homework, I got a call from one of my friends named Michaela. She asked if I wanted to smoke a blunt with her. I happily obliged, as I'm not one to usually turn down free smoke-ups. About 15 minutes passed by, and Michaela called and said she was waiting outside my dorm. I grabbed up my coat and keys and left immediately. I had a weird feeling when I left, though, because I usually travel with my knife, especially when I was in New Hampshire. There were a lot of sketchy meth heads in my college's town, but I shook the feeling off and just started thinking about how blazed I was going to get. At this point in college, I was a sophomore. Most of my friends didn't have apartments or houses, and we couldn't smoke on campus. This meant we used to go on a copious amount of L rides. Every L ride I've ever been on has been normal, and nothing out of the ordinary ever happened, until this night. The route we usually took was a winding back road that creeps up a mountain with a thick layer of trees on either side. There were some houses as well. The road was very secluded and was entirely residential, so there was never much traffic. On our usual rides, we would drive up the road and over towards the dam that was about halfway up the mountain. But this ride, we decided we wanted to explore a bit. We drove up towards the dam but made a turn down a side road. This side road was eerie and quite creepy, and the fact that we went at night just made it all the more horrifying. There were no streetlights at all, and no lights on the houses either. This is when I started to get that bad feeling in my gut. As we were driving down the road, I kept looking behind us to see if anyone was following us, because I suddenly had a very strange feeling that someone was watching us. After about 5 minutes of driving on the paved road, it suddenly turned onto a dirt road. I had seen enough to immediately say we should turn back, and proceeded to say that the car we were in wasn't appropriate for this terrain. Everyone else in the car vetoed me, though, and we pressed on. We drove down the road for another 10 minutes or so, and I started to feel a little less anxious and paranoid, probably because of the weed we were smoking kicking in. My friend Kelsey was in the car as well. She was just about to hand me the blunt when I saw headlights coming towards us. I started to get that uneasy feeling again, but this time it was much more convincing. The hair on the back of my neck started to stand up, and my blood ran cold. As I hit the blunt, I watched the car inching closer and closer. No one else but me seemed to think this was weird. What happened next, though, made me thankful I'd read so many encounter stories on here. The car was about 50 feet from us now, and it started to slow down. I could see that it was an old Ford, probably made in the late 80s. It was disgustingly dirty, covered all over in mud, grime, and rust. And the closer the truck got to us, the more that feeling of nervousness grew. The truck was only about 10 feet from us when it stopped in the middle of the road, completely blocking us off. The fact that we were on a dirt road made this so much worse. There was no curb or sidewalk to drive on, and no shoulder for us to pull off to. The truck just sat in front of us for about 2 minutes, when a tall, bearded man hopped out. He looked disgusting. His clothes were covered in dirt and what looked to be blood. He was just standing there, staring at us with a terrifying, toothy grin, when I noticed he had something in his right hand. I couldn't see what it was because his car door blocked the view, but I'm 100% sure it was a knife. I started yelling at my friend who was driving to get the fuck out of there. I've read too many stories on here to become a victim of this bullshit. At this point, I was the only one calm enough in the car to see through all my options. I saw that there was a little clearing on our right that the car could just barely squeeze through. I told my friend to gun it. She threw it in reverse and beamed it to the right. All the while, the man just stared and smiled. Then, as we passed by, he made a gun with his hand and pretended to shoot the car, then proceeded to laugh a horribly terrifying laugh. We were flying down this dirt road, trying to get away from the man, but as we turned down a side road that would take us back to the main one, I realized the truck had started following us. I told my friend to drive towards campus. We were only about 15 minutes or so from it. The truck followed us all the way back to campus, and at one point, came up right next to us at a red light. The man made the same gesture with his hand, and laughed the same laugh as before. I rolled down my window, and yelled at him that he was a psycho. I told him I'd call the cops if he didn't stop, but the next thing he said chilled me to my core. Just before the light turned green, he said, "It's okay, James. The police don't know where I live or who I am after all." My mouth dropped. How the fuck did this man know my name? When I got dropped off, I looked to see if the truck was still around, but I couldn't find it anywhere. I wish the story ended here, but unfortunately, there's one more terrifying part. A couple of days after that incident, I woke up to go to my 10 a.m. class. Usually the first thing I do when I wake up is open my blinds, look outside, and see what the world has in store for me that day. As I looked outside today, though, I could see that same truck parked in the parking down the street from my dorm. I knew it was the same one because it had the exact same big rust spot on the hood. At first, I wasn't so nervous about this. I was at school with 5,000 other people, and there was no way he could do anything to me on campus during the day. By the way, the school I went to is quite small, and only takes about 6 minutes to walk from one end of the campus to the other. I forgot all about it, got dressed, and headed off to class. As I was heading out of my dorm, though, a friend of mine who was walking the dorm said someone had paid her $5 to come and give me a letter. A man had told her I needed it urgently and to bring it immediately to my room. I reluctantly took the note, said thanks, and walked on to class. I opened the note once I sat down. "Hello, James. Remember me?" "Of course you do. You invaded my personal space by coming on that road, you know. I don't take kindly to that. I must return the favor. So, see you soon. G." I walked out of class instantly, went right to the parking lot looking for the truck, but it was gone. This note made me quite uneasy over the next few weeks. I went out less and less, and eventually wouldn't leave my dorm room except for class. I finally decided to tell my parents about 6 weeks after the note incident, but since then, nothing happened. I figured it was over, and the man had forgotten about me, so I told my parents everything had gone back to normal. Until one morning. Usually my friend Kelsey would wake me up at around 9, and we would go get breakfast together. But this morning, I was awoken by someone tossing something at my window. I looked at my phone before I looked out, and saw it was only 5 a.m. in the morning. What asshole was throwing shit at my window at 5? Sure enough, I looked out, and that man was standing there with that same grin. My heart sank. I opened the window and yelled out, "What the fuck are you doing here?" "I'm here for you. Your time has come." "What the fuck are you talking about, you moron?" I said. He didn't like this response very much. He stared at me with this hungry look as he said, "You're coming with me, whether it be today, tomorrow, or a week from now. It'll be your turn eventually, James." I was more angry than I was scared at this point. I just wanted this asshole to leave me alone. "Okay, well, I'm calling the police now, so you better leave." The man got this blank look in his eye. "Don't press your luck, boy. Next time I see you walking from a party alone, I won't be as friendly." I stood there in shock as I watched the man walk down the street and disappear in the distance. I remembered that one of the first weeks I had gotten to school, I was walking home drunk and alone from a party, as I often tend to do. A car pulled up next to me and asked if I needed a ride or any directions. I politely said no thank you, and the driver obliged. It finally hit me. The man that had asked me if I needed a ride was the same man that was just outside my window. I got chills throughout my spine. The man had stalked me and watched my every move from that interaction on. I believe if I had taken that ride offer, I would have never been seen again. After figuring this out, I told my parents the next day, and they pulled me out of the school. I live back in my hometown now, but I still get nervous that the man will come find me down here. I'm coping with it the best I can, and trying to get over it. The only thing that still haunts me relentlessly is I have no idea how this man had been watching me for so long. It makes my skin crawl just thinking about it. To give some explanation and background knowledge for this whole encounter, I was around 15 at the time this occurred. I was camping out in the middle of nowhere with my family, and part of my extended family as well. My aunt, uncle, and cousins were with us. I was the oldest kid there in the RV, though, so you can probably understand how it felt to have no one else to do the stupid crap I did back then with. With a good 2-year gap between me and the inferiors, it was almost like nirvana when I got to the campground and met with the other teenagers. These were all people we knew fairly well from previous camping trips, so it was considered normal to hit it off with them from the start and act like we'd known each other forever well within the hour. Now that that's all laid out, on to the story. My parents trusted me a lot, not a lie. I liked my fun, but I liked getting home in time for dinner equally as much. So, when I was gone most of the day with other people from the camp, they never really thought too much of it. The only rule was that I had to be back at the RV to eat dinner, and before 20:30 in the evening. So, picture this. A group of 6 teenagers, 15 to 16, out in the middle of the woods with no adult supervision for the vast majority of the day. Just a recipe for success right there. This particular day, though, we found a neat little deer trail we hadn't found in the 2 years we'd been there before. On second thought, though, it didn't really seem like a deer trail. It snaked through a really thick part of the underbrush, maybe a foot of clear ground, 3.5 feet of clear branches going upwards. It's a really hard thing to pick out of the brush, unless you're either really looking or know exactly where it is beforehand. It was promptly explored, marked with a broken branch right outside the entrance, and very quickly forgotten as well. Except, I remembered this special little tunnel. That night, while we were all eating dinner, one of the adults proposed we play manhunt out in the woods at night. Not everyone was totally on board with this idea, but in the grand scheme of the plan, they were quashed down like autumn leaves. Everyone grabbed a flashlight, and everyone was assigned a team. For those of you who aren't sure what manhunt is, here's a quick explanation. Everyone playing is given a flashlight, and we're all divided into 2 groups. It's basically like glorified flashlight tag, but there's a catch. As you catch people, you have to correctly identify who they are, and if you can, they join forces with the hunters. The last man standing gets a candy bar or something, whatever is being offered for a prize that game. This is how we played it, anyways. For the first round, I got lumped in with the runners, those who are being chased by the hunters. We get a 5-minute head start to run, climb a tree, whatever the hell we want to do to escape. Usually I'm the one up in the tree, but that's never really worked out as being a winning spot before. I decided this time to try and score a win for once. I decided to play the cat and use one surefire method of escape. And the hiding spot, of course, was the rude little path through the thicket. It took most of the head start time to find the damn thing, because it was so well hidden and out of the way. As I passed by hiding spots, I heard a hushed, smothered whispering between siblings who were questioning my actions. Like a bird's wings rustling when it's fluffing itself. It should be noted that I have bat-like hearing. My ears are probably my greatest asset in this game. But when I'm reaching the destination, I hear the short blast of the air horn announcing that the 5 minutes are up. I swan dove into this minute little path in the undergrowth, shuffling on my hands and knees until I was about halfway in, crouching down like some huge malformed quail. The hunters were doing an initial sweep through the trails, looking for obvious hiders and people caught out trying to change spots. When they finally reached my area, they reached the dead end and went straight back. I tried to readjust myself and crawl further down the tunnel. I honestly don't know how it happened, but I found an even more hidden path within that one. Accidentally, I dragged my stupid body down the rabbit hole, except instead of ending in a dead end, this one ended in a slight hollow. I don't want to ever describe exactly what I found there. I'm sorry, but I just can't. There was a younger-looking woman, naked, covered in lacerations and stab wounds in the fetal position. Her glassy, glazed eyes seemed to look straight through me. I won't go any further than that. I was too scared to scream. I froze there while dark burgundy stains formed on my jeans. I froze there, in a pseudo-catatonic position, like a marble carving for what felt like hours. And then, I heard somebody else coming along the path. Have you ever been so scared that for one moment, one insane moment, you truly consider something incredibly stupid as a viable option to escape? And this was one of those times. I let out a short, trembling whimper and started to move. Whoever was on the path immediately stopped, and then started eagerly moving forward again. I could hear the panting, uneven breaths of a man, a horrible marker of whoever it was getting closer and closer to me by the second. By some wondrous miracle, though, he missed the path leading to the brushy hollow. I heard him moving down past the entrance, dragging something clunky and awkward behind him. I heard clinking noises, and the occasional effort to silence the small, sharp noises. I heard a low curse, somewhere towards the end of the tunnel. I blasted out of the undergrowth like a bullet, forcing its way out of a barrel. Cracks, crashes, and obnoxious rustling was all around me, and I heard the man sharply intake a breath and began to run towards me. The hoarse, deep panting was getting closer and closer, a testament to how slow I was at exiting. Somehow, though, I exploded out of the entrance, got onto my wobbly, half-asleep legs, and started booking it as fast as I could down the trail. The unknown pursuer was close behind me for a bit, but it seemed like he got too exhausted to chase me at the same speed for so long. I know everyone loves to rip on the fact that people always trip in horror movies, but in all honesty, tripping is something I'm amazed I didn't do. With so much adrenaline coursing through me at the speed of Usain Bolt, trying to make my jello, unsteady legs work to move me away, it was like trying to run on water. It felt like an eternity, but I finally reached the main trail running back to the camp and sprinted down it screaming bloody murder. Confused and concerned faces looked out from the trees, and I think someone called after me. Reaching the camp was easy, but trying to explain why I woke up half the people there and bolted out of the woods at breakneck speed was a lot harder. When I finally choked out the words to explain, I remember a profound, insidious silence throughout the group of adults waiting at the mouth of the trail. I don't really remember a lot from that point on. I know the cops were called, and my mother and aunt ran shrieking and wailing along the trail, calling for the other kids to come back to safety. When you hear someone yelling like that, you don't ignore it. They rounded up everyone in a 30-second time and barreled back to the camp. The police found the man out in the woods, creeping along the trail and clutching a knife. A black garbage bag with a plethora of sharp instruments and a saw was found abandoned on the trail, some speckled and smeared with dried blood. I don't think there's really any getting over it. I still have nightmares sometimes of the man chasing me, breathing heavily down the back of my neck, and trying to catch me. Sometimes in my dreams, he succeeds. About once every 2 years, I get to visit my family around New Year's in New Jersey. My dad lives a block or so away from the beach, and while the town itself is quaint and mostly populated by retirees, there are some seedy parts across the train tracks. It was a cold night, around 40 degrees, and windy as hell. Bored at the house, I decided I would walk a few towns over to a bar I knew was open late. At the time I left the house, it was around 12 a.m., and instead of taking the boardwalk or the street, I decided to take a stroll along the beach. As I would find out, though, that was a very bad idea. The streetlights lit up about a quarter of the beach closest to the boardwalk, but as you walked further towards the ocean, there was almost no light. It became extremely hard to see any more than 20 feet in front of you. I was walking along the water's edge when I spotted a mound in the distance. It was located about halfway in between the beach and the boardwalk, so whatever it was wasn't very well illuminated. I didn't think much of it at first. I continued walking when I noticed some movement. Someone was hunched over the mound, and they clearly had a tool they were using to dig into the sand. I crouched low to the ground and walked closer and closer towards the ocean until my shoes were in the water. Adrenaline now pumping, I figured this was the best way to avoid being spotted. As I passed, I noticed the person digging wasn't using a flashlight either. I couldn't know for sure, but I felt like as I walked along the water, they stopped digging as if they'd noticed me. Walking faster along the water's edge, I waited until I had reached the next town over to cross the beach and quickly made my way to the main street. I decided to call it quits on the bar, though, and headed back home. Shaken, I tried to do some research after the fact to see if anything had turned up. The reason I'm writing this now is that I found an article about a buried body in that exact same location at that same time of year. The article states that the man was found buried in the dunes bordering the boardwalk and the beach, not in the beach itself. Regardless to say, the similarities are eerie. Before I start, here's a bit of context for my story. My husband and I lived in a small 2-floor house with 2 main entrances, one along the front and the other on the side of the house, which opens up directly into the laundry room. When we're too busy or it's too late to walk our dog, we hook his collar onto a long line that's attached to one of the pipes on the corner of our house so he can use the bathroom freely. We used to do this from the door in our laundry room, but we noticed the large step from the door to the ground had been taking a toll on his hips. As a result, we started letting him out through the front door instead, since the porch is much closer to the ground. This particular night, I was home alone with my dog. It was around midnight when I decided to let him outside one last time before going to bed. I hooked him up to his line, closed the door, and locked it before heading into the kitchen to put away the dishes. This was fairly routine. Even if he used the bathroom quickly, he liked to walk around along the front and sides of the house for a few minutes before walking back inside. As I'm putting away the dishes, I hear a scratch on the door. That's how my dog signals he wants to come back in, so I head over to let him back inside. Since I've watched way too many scary movies, I always look through the door's peephole before I ever open the door. Out of habit, I look to check that my dog is in front of the door. Instead, what I see is a man staring very intently at the door handle. I freeze with my hand on the handle. I don't know how much time went by, but then I heard another scratch, this one louder than the last. This kind of wakes me up from my initial shock, and I run to grab my cell phone. I call my husband to tell him what's happening. He was very confused. I probably wasn't explaining the situation very well, to be fair, but he said that he was heading home right away. This is when I realized that my dog was still outside with this person. I head back to the front door, trying to make as little noise as possible to check whether the stranger is still there. Just like before, he was standing there, head bowed and looking at the doorknob. I tiptoe over to the laundry room and slowly open the door as quietly as possible. I couldn't see my dog anywhere, and the side of my house is covered in gravel. I knew I couldn't take a step outside without making a ton of noise. With my heart still pounding in my chest, I go to the front door to keep an eye on the stranger and to get a better look at him. I considered calling the police, but I didn't feel they would take me seriously, since all this man was doing was standing menacingly in front of my house. I tried taking a picture of him with my cell phone, but my camera was only able to take pictures of the peephole and not get the image behind the glass. All of a sudden, the man looked directly up at me. I swear he knew I was there. He glared, and then opened his mouth to show this taunting, malicious grin. He stood there that way for a few moments. With that, he just suddenly turned around and walked down the street until he disappeared. I stood in the same place, almost expecting the man to rush back and start pounding on the door. Luckily, my husband got back after just a few minutes. Long story short, he convinced me to call the police, and we went out looking for our dog. It turns out the man had cut the end of the line connected to the pipe, and our dog decided this was a good time for him to explore my neighbor's backyard, which was where we found him. It's been 3 years since this happened. We've since moved to a new house for unrelated reasons, and the police weren't ever able to come up with any suspects. Ever since then, we take our dog on very long walks before the sun goes down. This story ended up being much longer than I had originally anticipated, so I apologize for the long read. I will say that in all the years I've told this story, people usually respond with, "That's the craziest thing I've ever heard." So I hope you enjoy it. This story occurred in the summer of 2008. I grew up in Oregon and was acquainted with the outdoors at an early age. My favorite hobby came to be hiking, particularly in areas that are either very dangerous or very isolated. The health benefits of hiking were secondary to the thrills of walking the edges of exposed cliffs, being in cougar and bear territory, and knowing that I was so far from help. Into the Wild was released in the fall of 2007, and I immediately fell in love. Being a high school senior, I could barely go another week living at my parents' house. The movie spoke to my sense of adventure and inspired me to hike the Californian portion of the Pacific Crest Trail upon graduation. I made it from the Mexico border to Northern California without much incident. I saw rattlesnakes, black bears, experienced dehydration, but nothing that happened made me fear for my life. Somewhere in the Lassen National Forest in northeastern California, I walked around a bend in the trail, only to be startled by 2 people sitting on a rock, dressed in nearly all white. Their faces were extremely dirty, their appearance disheveled, and the man had a long unkempt beard. Both seemed to be in their 40s. They looked like the couple who kidnapped Elizabeth Smart. What struck me as odd about the encounter was encountering anybody at all. I frequently went days without seeing a single human being. Their white clothes could be explained away by the need to escape the California summer sun. Their scruffy appearance could be explained away by the fact that most thru-hikers abandoned personal hygiene on the trail. After I said hello, they said nothing, and simply stared at me as I passed by. Even that I didn't find odd. I chalked it up to them being foreign and not knowing what to say. I camped a few hundred yards off the trail that night, as I always did. Following bare precautions, I hung the leftover food I had cooked that night from a tree, approximately 5 feet off the ground. Packing up camp in the morning, I noticed the food wasn't there anymore. I immediately thought a bear had entered my campsite, and I began to look for paw prints. I didn't find any paw prints, but I did find boot prints circling the campsite, 2 pairs of them. One of those prints led right up to the rope from which the food had been hanging. I thought of the couple I had passed earlier, and everything quickly clicked. I packed up my things and left. My mind was racing the entire day, but I figured maybe they were simply hungry. If they had nefarious intentions, they would have come for more than the food. Several days passed by and nothing happened, so I began to be at ease again. I had begun to circle my campsite with sticks to wake me in the event of an intruder, animal or otherwise. I awoke in my tent one night to the sound of those sticks crunching. I grabbed my hunting knife right away. I tried to relax by telling myself that in the middle of nowhere, the source of that noise was much more likely an animal than a person. But then, I heard frantic whispering. It was impossible to tell which direction the voices were coming from. Being in the dark surrounded by trees, 100 miles from the nearest city, plays tricks on your senses. I debated yelling out, claiming to have a gun, but instead decided to be silent and retain the benefit of surprise. I heard footsteps circling my tent and was ready to slash at whatever opened it, but just like that, it was suddenly over. No more footsteps, no more whispering. I lay frozen awake in my tent until sunrise, and opened it to find nobody there. The only evidence anything had actually happened were boot prints, the same as before. Several more days passed, and I was now in Shasta National Forest, probably 50 to 75 miles from where I first encountered that couple. The trail became more or less a goat trail. Being on the side of a mountain and above the tree line, I could see the trail winding for miles in front and behind me. I stopped for water in a rare moment of shade, and noticed 2 hikers miles behind me. All I could see were 2 white dots, moving slowly up the mountainside. Immediately, I said out loud, "Fuck this. This trip is over." I pulled out my map and looked for the nearest town, which appeared to be Castella, located just off of I-5. The only problem? It was 25 miles away. I hiked well into the night, trying to gain as much ground as possible. I kept losing the trail and decided to set up camp, this time far off the beaten path and into the forest. I got into my tent and tried to sleep, but every little noise kept me awake. After a few hours inside, I heard the telltale signs of another bad night. The footsteps, the whispering, the sticks breaking. Sound travels far in the absence of other sound. I knew they were close, but I couldn't tell just how close. All I could think was, this is fucked up. This is so fucked up, god damn it. Finally, a flashlight hit my tent, lighting up the entire thing for a moment, before it went dark. I unzipped my tent and climbed out carrying my knife, yelling nonsense out into the dark. It was sort of like that cliché scene in movies where people in the wilderness hear sticks breaking around them, and the camera pans around the trees because the people have no idea which direction they're coming from. I heard footsteps running toward the tent, and I barely made out a figure moving in my peripheral vision. I turned and ran deep into the forest. I tripped several times and ran into several trees. After running for approximately 5 minutes, I tripped, rolled, and came to rest next to a downed tree. I got underneath it and laid perfectly still. I could make out the flashlight waving around in the distance. I laid under that tree for hours. I was certain they were gone, but I still didn't move. Eventually, birds started chirping, and I knew sunrise would arrive soon. Once it did, I made my way back to the trail, abandoned my campsite, and walked the rest of the distance to Castella, where the Pacific Crest Trail crosses I-5. I hitchhiked my way to the town of Mount Shasta and spoke with the police and forestry service. They put me up in a motel for the night, and my parents drove from Oregon to pick me up the next day. I followed up with the police and Forest Service months later, who told me there had been similar reports of items disappearing from campsites all throughout the surrounding national forests. However, there had been no other reports of the terrorizing that I had experienced. As far as I know, nothing ever came of the couple. I don't know if anyone has ever experienced some sort of amnesia of any sort, but it can be a vastly terrifying thing. I've had it once. All the reading that I had done on amnesia growing up made me believe that people who lost memories would always be happier when the memories finally came back to them. But in a way, if the experience is terrifying enough, getting that memory back can be even scarier than experiencing it for the first time. So, this story takes place in 2 parts, because at one point I couldn't really remember what happened. The first part I remember very clearly though. I lived by myself at the time. It was a small 1-bedroom house in a place called Wonder Lake. I liked it because it was so small. It was not in a neighborhood or subdivision, and it was surrounded by a ton of trees. The next house over wasn't very far away. It was maybe the equivalent of a city block or so away from me. I mean, I could casually call out to my neighbors when we were both mowing the lawn or doing something like that. He would occasionally wave to me when I was mowing mine. It was nice because that was far enough away from each other that I could play loud music or do things like that and not really disturb them, but close enough to have a cordial relationship. The area became very beautiful as the fall came on, and then the winter followed. I had a fun time decorating the house for Halloween, and actually I got some kids coming by to get candy that year. As beautiful as it was in the fall, I was really looking forward to seeing what sort of winter wonderland would come about when it began snowing. The first couple of snows, like usual in this part of the country, were nothing to really write home about. It really wasn't until January that we began to experience the actual heavy snowfall. The snow was falling really hard one night. From what I heard, it was supposed to be several feet that evening. I didn't mind though. I had nowhere to be, and I thought I would just enjoy watching the snow. Now, I was having a nice night. The important thing to note is that I was not drinking or doing any kind of drugs at all. I was just having a regular, nice evening, and nothing else. I was drinking a hot cocoa. Then suddenly everything just went black. That's the best way I can think to describe it. It was like I was just sitting there, and then suddenly I wasn't there, or anything. When I came to, I had no idea where I was at first. It was still dark, but it was not a void of nothingness like I had been in before. I was confused for a few moments, and trying to figure out where I was. I tried to remember back to the last thing that happened. It was by recalling what happened, that I then remembered everything that happened after everything went black. I would learn later that there was a psychological explanation for what happened to me. The memory progressed in my mind, coming back to me slowly, playing like a movie in my head. I was sitting still in the living room, looking at the back sliding glass doors. I had the lights turned out while I was drinking tea and watching the snow fall down, because it was so beautiful out there. I got up and made my way back into the kitchen to make myself another cup. When I was done, I walked and sat back down in my chair once again and began looking out the doors. Now, I was still watching in the living room with the lights off. There was a light in the backyard that I shined behind the snow. I hadn't been sitting there for too long, though, before I noticed that something was off. The sliding glass door was slightly open. Apprehensively, I got up and went over to the doors. It wasn't open that much, just slightly unlatched. I knew I hadn't left it that way, though. Although it seemed like it wasn't likely someone was actually in the house, I had to go check it out. So I got up and checked throughout. Remember how I mentioned it was a small house? There was 1 bedroom on the ground floor, and a loft and closet up the stairs. The kitchen was on the side of the house, which is how someone could have gotten in without me noticing. I didn't really think that could be the case, though. This is like any situation where you feel paranoid you might have someone in your house or apartment. You're certainly sure no one is, but you still feel like you have to check behind the curtains and everything. I went walking over toward the stairs to check up on the loft. I felt a strong shock go through my body as I heard a noise up in the loft. I was hoping it was an animal, but it was a creaking noise that sounded like someone walking. I could see behind the steps a foot land on the first top step. That was when I knew that there was indeed someone in my house. It was just a terrifying feeling I couldn't describe. I reacted to it with a spontaneous yell and immediately wished that I hadn't. The person on the stairs quickly came down. I noticed that he was a lot bigger than me, and I wasn't sure what to do. I tried to run into the bedroom, but he got to me before I could close the door. There was a struggle against the man, and I guess at the time that I thought it was possible I might be in real trouble. I tried fighting back my best, but I have no problem admitting that I just did not have the strength to do anything. He shoved me into the closet and told me that if I knew what was best for me, I wouldn't come out until he was gone. After that, I just couldn't tell how long I had been stuck in that closet. My mind must have temporarily blacked some of that out. I guess it was such a traumatic experience my brain shut down the memory of it. It only came back when I made an effort to do so. I was still scared and worried. I didn't really know how much time had passed since then. I thought I remembered everything, but how could I really know for sure? After a while, I decided I should get up and check the house. It was hard getting to stand up at first, but I was able to do it without too much swaying. I crept quietly out of the closet, and then tried to make my way through the house. It was a nerve-wracking feeling, leaving the bedroom and looking toward the back door. The door was closed, and there were things missing from my apartment. Having missing things should have made me confident the intruder had left already, but I was still terrified looking in the kitchen. The worst part was going upstairs and looking in the loft. I guess most people might be wondering why I didn't immediately call the police, but I just didn't think about it in the moment. It seems more likely for that thought to occur when you're on the outside, but no one was in the loft. I then went and called the police. Nothing was seriously wrong with me, which I'm thankful for, and my insurance did cover the missing items, but the experience itself took a lot longer to get over. I was waiting to get off work one evening when it started snowing outside. I hadn't been expecting that because I don't normally check the weather. I just look outside and see what I'm supposed to see, but unfortunately for me, I did not get off work until very late that night. When I finally did get off work, I closed up the store, locked it, and went out to my car. I had to clean all of that snow off of it, which was not something I really liked doing. You just get all cold and wet when you do it. Driving home was also really hard. It was still snowing very hard. Not only that, but the plows had not really done the best job clearing the streets either. I had to drive very slowly, and was still slipping and sliding too much. It took me forever to get to the freeway, and even then it really wasn't any better. The only thing I could hope for was getting home as safe as possible. I really couldn't explain what began happening, though, to my car. It suddenly began acting up, smoke coming in through the vents, and the transmission began slipping. I was too scared to pull over on the freeway because there was barely room for a car on the side of the road part. I pulled off onto an exit I had never pulled off on before. I had no idea where this particular exit led to. There weren't any gas stations or other businesses right off the exit either. It looked like it was just trees and things that were there. I pulled down the road anyway, and was looking for something, anything. I pulled off on the side of the road by a mailbox and a driveway. I then turned off my car and tried to figure out just what the hell was going on. I had no idea what had happened, and I also had no idea how I could fix it. I got my phone out and was trying to call AAA to get them there to help. Although I had their service, I had never used it before. While I was sitting there in the car, suddenly there was some light behind me. I didn't think much of it at first, and was trying to pay attention to my phone, but when the bright lights began making it hard to see, I looked up to change the rear-view mirror's position. When I did, I saw the car behind me, and it was right behind me, not completely on the road. I didn't have any time to react. Next thing I knew, the vehicle slammed into me from behind. The car hit me hard and fast. My car flew forward, right through the mailbox that was in front of me, and down in the ditch between the road and the yard of the house. It flew forward far with the other car still sliding on the snowy road, coming right after me. The car turned over on its side with the other car nearly on top of it. It happened so fast, and so slow at the same time. When it was over, I was unable to get out of the car, and that was terrifying. Maybe I had seen way too many movies and just expected that the car would explode or something, but I was feeling it at the time. I kept trying to find a way out, but the whole thing was too difficult. It didn't take very long until I heard sirens coming. Then there were a few people out by the cars asking me and the other driver if we were all right. I assumed they were people from the house, and it was later confirmed that was correct. My leg was jammed underneath the steering wheel, and I was terrified as they were trying to cut open the cars to get us both out. Waiting, not knowing how damaged I was, and feeling that accident happening all over again. It was just too terrifying. I was working at the first really good job that I've ever had. After going and taking courses in community college, I got certified as a mechanic and got a great job working in a private garage. It was in an average-sized city in the north, so we always had a lot of good business. It was my first real good job after high school, and so much better than the normal fast food and retail things I had been doing for a while. So, having a good job, I tried to get a lot of the other things in life that I wanted in place. I rented out a really nice apartment in the city. I got myself a nice car, and I decided I was going to start looking around for a relationship too. I had never really had a serious one before, but after feeling like the rest of my life was pretty in order, I thought I was finally ready for an attempt. And this was a little while back, and even though I was living in the city, I didn't have a lot of experience meeting new people. So I used a dating site in order to find someone. For the most part, I really despise those things. I understand people misrepresenting themselves to some degree. Maybe you use an older picture of yourself where you look slightly better, or you lie about an inch or two here or there. But when you lie about your intentions, that's the one thing that really irritated me the most. I couldn't stand when people did that, telling me they were looking for a serious relationship, when all they really wanted to do was find a sexy hookup. When I met Brian, that's exactly the sort of thing I was expecting it to be. He was very youngish looking, very cute, and dressed very nicely. He also had a good job. And the only thing that was difficult was that he lived about 2 hours away from me. That isn't the most ideal thing for a relationship, but I hadn't been meeting anyone in my city that was serious about it, and he seemed to be. I don't really want to get into too much depth about our relationship. It's sort of important as to what happened though, so I do have to give you a general idea. We had a great time talking on the phone together to each other for about a month or so. I think I was a lot more eager to meet him than he was to meet me, but that was just positive for me. I mean, it meant it seemed like he was absolutely interested in more than just casual sex. Brian and I eventually met, and I can tell you that we had a wonderful first date together. I drove down to his place, and he took me out to one of his favorite restaurants. We then went back to his apartment and cuddled a bit, but didn't go much further than that. I had to go back home by a certain period of time, so we didn't have an awful lot of time to spend together on that first date. When I arrived home, I called him, and we talked for another hour or so. This was a Saturday night. We agreed that we would chat again on Wednesday, after I had gotten home from work. I was really looking forward to that Wednesday coming so that we could talk on the phone. Christmas was coming up soon, and the garage was having a dinner. When we talked the day we met, I invited him to come with me. He told me he would have an answer for me when we talked on the phone next. The next few days at work went by really slowly. When Wednesday came along, I was very excited. I just had this really good feeling, that this would be the time it all worked out. A few hours before we closed up, the temperature dropped dramatically, and tons of clouds started moving in. The wind picked up, and by mid-afternoon, it was howling at what had to be 20 miles per hour. I knew this was going to be an intense winter night, and so, wanting to get home, I got a glass of cocoa and waited for my phone call. The snow began falling about 3 hours before I got off work. My boss had some extra work that night. Normally, I was the first person to stay late and do that, but not only because of the impending phone call, but the snow falling very heavily, I declined to do so that night, and left for home right after work. It was bad right away. It was already dark out, of course. It had been for a couple of hours. I had to get on the interstate to get home, and I had a feeling, which turned out to be right, that it would be very crowded. The snow was falling heavily, and it was really affecting visibility. The direction I was going was sort of reverse rush hour. The cars going the opposite way of me were the ones with the most traffic. Eager to get home, I remember driving quickly through the on-ramp, confident my all-wheel drive would be completely okay with it. When I got to the top of the ramp, this is where things took a turn I hadn't seen coming. Even when I think about it now, I cringe. My tires hit some black ice, and because I was going so fast, my truck started spinning out of control. It spun into the interstate, which was full of cars, and that's when it happened. A huge semi-truck was coming right at me. You can't imagine what it was. I mean, this huge vehicle coming right towards me, and to make matters worse, the semi slid on the ice too. It came flying at me and T-boned my vehicle. I thought about Brian, the boy I was trying to get home to talk to, and then everything became non-existent. The semi jackknifed and was coming right at me. In that moment, I knew I was going to die. I did think I was dead. Everything was black and non-existence. It was horrid. It's a feeling that I've heard other people talk about, but can never really explain myself. It was like existing in a pool of nothingness, but also not existing. There are some other moments that don't make sense either. I was able to see again, but not really understand what was going on. I didn't even know who I was. It was terrifying, and all came back to me really slowly. I had some bad head injuries, and once my memory and personality began coming back, I began to slowly get better. It took a long time for that to happen. After rehabbing, it took a long time before I could drive again either. I've heard people tell me they relive accidents over and over again, and yeah, that happened to me too. Getting behind the wheel was the most terrifying thing, and it took me a couple of years to get over that. Fortunately though, I had Brian. He was there for me through the entire thing, and he's still there with me now, so that helped to take away a lot of the horror. At 9:30 a.m., my doorbell rang incessantly. Because I had just returned from vacation and was still sleeping, I didn't really want to answer the door in my PJs. When I heard what sounded like stones hitting my window, at first I thought one of my friends really wanted to get my attention. When I looked out my window, though, to see who was in my driveway, I saw a gray car parked there, which I did not recognize. I opened my bedroom door, went into the hall, and screamed at the top of my lungs. I saw a very dark-skinned man in my den, stealing my computer. What I thought had been stones were actually him kicking in my back door. Well, when I screamed, he screamed as well. I scared the bejeebies out of him, thinking he was alone in the house. He jumped out of my den and held his arms out to prevent me from running past him. We were face to face, with only 8 feet between us. He yelled at me, "I'm going to kill you." My front door was right next to him, and my back door was just beyond him, so I had no way of escape. For one brief moment he hesitated, turning back to get the laptop. I raced past him to my back door and made it into my garage. He chased after me closely. I held the door closed and felt him on the other side trying to force it open. We were in a tug-of-war. Suddenly, I felt the pressure release. I opened the door a crack and grabbed my car keys. In the time it took me to open the garage door, he had run back to the den, grabbed my laptop, unlocked my front door, my screen door, and ran to his car and taken off. Well, I raced out the driveway and saw him going down the road. He went left. I went right. I raced through town at 55 miles per hour in a 35 zone to the police station, only 8 minutes away, hoping the police would stop me. When I arrived at the police station, my heart sank. It was closed. The post office was on the corner. In my shorty pajamas, I ran in barefoot and told Arlie to call the police. Sheriffs were sent to my house, while the local policeman arrived at the post office, where he stood with me for 2 hours. People came and went from the post office, wondering why I was standing next to a policeman with my raccoon eyes from smudged mascara and disheveled hair. Finally, the policeman received the message that the coast was clear to return to my house. Around noon, we arrived back at my home, where I, in my shorty pajamas, along with 3 sheriffs and 1 policeman, showed me a paper lineup to identify the suspect. They had scoured my house looking for fingerprints and footprints. None were found. Based on my description of the man in his car, though, he was easy to identify since he had these huge eyes and black curly hair. Turned out he was a professional thief. The sheriffs knew where his girlfriend lived, went to her neighborhood, but the neighbors tipped him off so he escaped. By then, he had already fenced my laptop, which was never recovered. At 3 p.m., though, he went to pick up his girlfriend from work since he had used his car for his dirty work. The sheriffs were there waiting for him. Gloves were in the back seat of the car. Within 5 hours of the break-in, he was apprehended. The thief was in his 50s and had been to prison twice already, even having broken out once. The police drove him to 20 different houses with unsolved cases of break-ins. He admitted to all of them, in order to get a reduced sentence of 8 years. It was an extremely harrowing experience. His mistake was assuming that when no one answered the door, no one was in the house. My mistake was in screaming. If I had just kept my mouth shut, he would have stolen both my computers and I could have gotten 2 new ones instead of just 1. This was many years ago, and I was working as a staff nurse in a coronary care unit in England. On this particular night shift, there was myself and 1 other staff nurse on duty. The ward was quite small, and had an 8-bedded ladies' room, an 8-bedded men's room, and 3 individual side rooms. As an agency nurse, it was my first shift in a while on this unit. Well, we had to report, and we were told by the leaving day staff the status and health of all the patients over the day. So in the first room, the day nurse said, was a male patient, aged about 65-ish, who was due to go home in the morning. This patient stood out in my mind because the nurse handing over said he had been in intensive care for a good few weeks, following a cardiac arrest incident. His heart had actually stopped for a good 20 minutes, but the team had managed to resuscitate him and he was now down in our ward and ready to go home. Anyway, the day nurse went through the rest of the patients and it looked like we were in for a quiet night of coffee drinking and even a bit of knitting. This was, as I said, many years ago, and drinking hot drinks and knitting was allowed in quiet periods, when there did actually used to be some quiet periods. Anyway, I digress. The day staff left and myself, and let's call the other nurse Jane, began doing our rounds. I started the 10 o'clock OBS. That is, going around to each patient and checking the pulse, blood pressure, and temperature, where necessary. Jane was the nurse in charge, so she began the drug rounds. I popped into the side room 1 and immediately felt uneasy. There was nothing I could put my finger on, just an elderly man sitting in his chair in his pajamas and slippers. There was just something about his eyes, or behind the eyes, I guess, that unnerved me a little. Anyway, I had a chat with him and asked if everything was okay, and if he needed anything else for the night. He said he felt very constipated and had had some medicine before we came on duty, and would like to try on the commode. I brought the commode, a toilet on wheels, over to his bedside, put the brakes on, and told him to press the call buzzer when he was ready. I carried on the rest of the ward doing the observations and chatting with the patients. Quite a bit of time had passed, maybe about a half hour or more, when I realized the patient had never called back in. I went back to the side room and popped my head around the door. The man was slumped forward, clearly dead. I knew that he was not for resuscitation because of his extensive history and general health, so I entered the room and thought, poor guy, to have died on the toilet. I'll just straighten him up real quick. I went around behind to check his pulse, and intended to sit him up a bit more, so he didn't fall onto the floor, before calling Jane to help me get him back on the bed. I checked his carotid pulse, and sure enough, there was nothing. I then, from behind him, put both arms under his armpits. It was at this point that it all turned really scary. As my lower arms made contact with him, and my head was quite close to his, he literally arched forward from the chest in a great big spasm that nearly sent him off the commode and let out the loudest roar I've ever heard. I'm not exaggerating when I say it was like a roar. It was not the letting out of air you can sometimes hear when you roll a dead patient onto their side. It was a proper, deep, loud roar that went alongside a total body spasm. I was terrified. The adrenaline kicked in. I pulled my arms out and ran around the bed and straight out the door of the side room. I then ran down the main corridor, past the men's side ward, out of the unit, and into the main corridor of the hospital. I stopped myself. What exactly was I doing? I was a qualified staff nurse, and had just left a patient on their own in a dangerous situation. Furthermore, I had left the only other member of staff alone. This was shocking. I would be sacked and probably struck off, to be honest. I pulled myself together, turned around, and walked quickly but shakily back onto the unit. I found Jane, the staff nurse, outside Cubicle 1 with the door closed, looking shocked and scared, as that intermittent roaring continued from the inside. I explained what had happened, missing out on the bit of me running away. Thankfully, that had not been noticed. We both agreed we had to enter the room and see what was happening. We opened the door together, and the patient was on the floor. He was sort of intermittently slithering and wiggling across the floor. It was awful to look at. He had his pajama bottoms still down, and his body would sort of curl up, then jackknife forward with his chest out. Each time he did this, he slid across the floor a bit. Jane and I closed the door, and we went and called the doctor on duty. Shortly after, he turned up. He opened the door to this same scenario, and looked clearly terrified. He said he was going to drop some painkillers that would hopefully calm the patient down a bit as well. I said that when last I checked, he didn't have a pulse, so I was not too optimistic on that front. Anyway, the three of us, the junior doctor, Jane, and myself, entered the room again. As we leaned down to take hold of the patient, all of the movement and noise stopped. We lifted him onto the bed on his back. The doctor took the syringe of medication he had prepared, but first checked his pulse. There was none. We waited for a couple of minutes, and the doctor listened with his stethoscope. Still nothing. The patient was pronounced dead. The patient did not move or make another sound again either. We were all fairly shaken up. The doctor called the manager, who decided that hot tea was in order after we had reassured the other patients. One man had said he was so scared he had hidden under his blanket and cried. This guy was a tough war veteran, by the way. After as much reassurance as was possible with the circumstances, we returned for tea with the manager. The manager had already rung up another ward in the hospital and got 2 nurses to come down and watch the body of the now quiet dead man in the side room. By the time we had finished tea and biscuits, the porters were taking the body off the ward down to the hospital morgue, and myself and Jane felt immensely relieved. I was very impressed with that manager. He understood that we were all shaken up and did not downplay our feelings or fear. The night manager explained that in all his years at the hospital, he had encountered one similar scenario. Jane and I did not ask for details. Anyway, I think that's the most scared I've ever been. A few years later, I told a friend of mine about it. She asked a neurologist for a medical explanation. He said something about involuntary spasms after death or something like that. I've always had an active imagination, and at the time I genuinely really believed that when this man died the first time, something came back and possessed his body and really wanted to stay. When I was about 8 years old, I went to one of those traveling carnivals/fairs. They usually have a pirate ship ride that swings back and forth, but that year there was a new one that went upside down. Even though I was too short, I just had to get on it. My plan had been to subtly stand on my toes when the operator checked my height, but he waved me on without even checking in the first place. I stood in line about 10 minutes before getting on, so I knew what to expect. It would swing back and forth about 5 times, each time going higher and higher, before coming to rest upside down, and eventually going all the way around 3 or 4 times and coming to a stop. Well, I took my seat and pulled my harness down over my shoulders. The ride started. Back, forward, click. As we began our third swing, my harness suddenly popped up. I tried to pull it back down, but it wouldn't lock into place no matter what I did. As we swung backwards, I started sliding forward in my seat. Immediately, I started screaming. Maybe the operator couldn't hear me over everyone else. Maybe he was used to people getting scared and screaming similar things. Both possibilities went through my head. I looked over to the lady next to me and started yelling to her, "I'm falling out!" It was one of those situations where time slows down. I remember looking over to her and seeing her laughing, because she at first thought I was just afraid. I remember though seeing the immediate change in her face when she noticed my harness was up and that I was lifting into the air. She extended her arm over and tried to hold me down into the seat as the ride swung forward again. She started screaming too. By this point, we were maybe 1 swing, maybe 2 away from going upside down. I was trying to push my feet into the seat in front of me to stay back against mine. All the while, I was still pulling the harness down and hoping it would click back into place. At this point, the lady's screams had gotten the attention of the people in front of and behind us. Now everyone was screaming. I knew that we were about to go upside down. We were high enough on our forward swing that we were practically looking up into the sky. As we swung back that last time, I expected to fall out. Just as we started swinging back, though, the ride jolted to a stop. We slowly lowered to the ground, and I jumped out of my seat and ran to my mother. I was so afraid it didn't even occur to me to thank the lady who'd gotten everyone else's attention. Whoever she is, whoever she is, thank you. My most frightening moment, or one among my top 5, was while I was living in Oman in 2016. Even though it's a traditional Islamic country, it is quite modern. Almost 45% of Oman's population are expatriates, so Omanis are generally quite tolerant and friendly toward Western foreigners. I took care to dress conservatively and keep my religious views or lack thereof to myself, though, so for the most part I felt really safe. Be this as it may, I was still a pale, long-haired European female, so I did get quite a few looks from both men and women. These looks usually showed simple curiosity, but sometimes they were inappropriate and made me feel really uncomfortable. Since it was rare and not too intrusive though, I usually ignored such encounters. However, there was one event that freaked the life out of me. One evening, I went to the mall alone after my kids fell asleep to do my grocery shopping. I find that Omanis, just as some other Arab nations, are quite nocturnal, meaning it's not strange to find families alongside small children out in the malls till very late at night. I parked in the underground mall garage and went on with my shopping. At one point, a group of men in distachas, white robes, and kuma, traditional caps, passed by me. They looked at me, laughing amongst themselves. One of the men leaned as I passed, and said something to me in Arabic. I walked faster, went to the grocery store for my groceries, and soon forgot about those men altogether. But they hadn't forgotten about me. When I was finished, I took my bags to my car. As I was returning the shopping cart to the cart corral, a car slowly passed me by. I would not pay a lot of attention to a passing car, but something felt wrong. When I looked up, I saw those same 5 young men from the creepy mall encounter in this car. They were looking straight at me, with the windows rolled down and smiling eerily. For a moment, I thought they might be looking at someone else. I turned around but found I was alone, and that they were indeed looking at me. They smiled and said stuff in Arabic to each other and to me. I walked faster towards my car, feeling very uneasy. As I continued walking, I realized that the garage had gotten quite empty. The mall was closing, and most people had already gone. I got into my car, locked the door, and looked around to see if their car was anywhere near. I couldn't see it, so I breathed a huge sigh of relief, happy they were gone. Just at that moment, though, they drove into a parking space right next to mine and stopped. Their windows were still rolled down, and they were gesticulating to me to roll mine down too. I did just enough to hear them, hoping I could answer whatever question they had, and they would leave me alone as soon as possible. However, as I rolled it down, what I heard was an invitation to get into their car and go with them. The guy sitting beside the driver was talking to me. The others were laughing and cheering him on. It was as if they were puberty-stricken teenagers rooting for their pal as he was trying to kiss a girl he liked. The major difference was that there was nothing pure in the way they were behaving. What scared me the most, though, was that in their eyes I saw a combination of hatred and want that I'd never seen before. I guess for them I was a representation of that Western woman they'd heard about, a sexually wild, promiscuous, and free woman, a seductive and forbidden opposite of all their women were. I rolled up the window and pretended to type on my phone, hoping they would go if I ignored them. They did after a while. I was a bit shaken, but decided it was just a weird encounter, and started driving toward the exit of the garage. There was one way up and out from where I was, and as I was approaching it, I realized their car was stood in the middle of the way, blocking all passage. I drove slowly and then stopped, keeping a bit of distance between my car and theirs. There was no way I could pass them to go outside. The only other option was staying in the garage. I couldn't go into the mall from the garage on foot, because they had locked the door for closing. I had no idea what to do. I tried calling my husband, but he had fallen asleep with the kids and was not answering. I hoped this was some sick game of theirs, and they would leave me and let me go after they'd had their fun. Instead of this, their car doors opened all at once, and they started getting out. This exact moment was one of the most frightening I've ever experienced. I had no idea what to do. I instinctively grabbed my mobile and started gesticulating, pretending I was talking to someone. I was showing it their license plate and pretended to dictate the number to someone else. I was so scared I couldn't even look at their faces. I was making this pretend show, but inside I felt like curling underneath my seat and closing my ears and eyes. For whatever reason, though, this tactic worked. It obviously scared them, because one of them slammed on my car with an open palm aggressively. Then they all hopped back in the car and took off. I came home, crawled into bed between my husband and pillows, and laid there shivering. They didn't even touch me, but I still felt deeply violated and harassed. This story occurred about 10 years ago. I was around 20 years old at the time. I had been working, and I still work here, at a little ma-and-pa health food store right in Virginia for a few months. A truly lovely, tight-knit staff, with an owner who's basically a mother to me. The other older ladies were my best friends, and more aunt-like than anything. Of course, being the youngest lady working there, I got a lot of hours and ended up closing shop many nights. Soon, I was comfortable enough to be closing by myself. We had a regular customer that had been coming in for quite a few years before I started working there. He was a local holistic doctor, a brilliant one at that. He was around 40 years of age, divorced and well-to-do. He spent a shit ton of money at the shop, sometimes taking an entire car full of groceries home. Needless to say, the owner was quite pleased to have his business. The first time I met him, he said, "Why, hello there. I'm Dr. Malloy. I don't think we've met yet." He stuck out his hand and displayed a charming smile. I will admit, he was quite handsome, very nice and funny. My coworker Pam stood a little to the side, and she sort of gave me a look that said, be careful with this one. Sort of a sixth sense thing she had going on. She was, and still is, very protective of me. She turned and said, "Oh yes, this is Diana. She just started working here." He replied, "Well, nice to meet you, Diana. It sure is nice to have some young blood around here. Rude and creepy. He took his sweet time and chit-chatted about what he did, how successful he was, and how he will be coming in more often to see my pretty face. He made sure my coworkers didn't hear that part. Fast forward a few more months, and this guy had been coming in almost nightly, specifically when he knew I'd be there alone. Basically always right around closing, which would annoy the shit out of me, but I was too nice and knew we needed the business. Then began the usual inappropriate questions. How old are you? Where do you live? You must have a boyfriend. You know, if you ever need any help with your health, or if you need guidance, I can be of service. I also have a home office. I always answered very vaguely, and I never told him where I lived. One Thanksgiving he asked if I was a good cook, and if I would mind coming over and cooking a turkey for him. No, of course not. At this point I informed my boyfriend Jackson, now my husband, that this guy was seriously creeping me out. I told him he would likely be in the store on Friday night, and if he could please come in to keep me company while I began to close. My boyfriend comes in. Not a few minutes later, Dr. Malloy comes in and looks stunned when he sees my boyfriend. I look at my boyfriend and nod. "Hey, buddy," he says, in a condescending tone, of course. His whole demeanor was changed, and his eyes were like dead holes, fixed on me like I had betrayed him. My boyfriend was leaning on the counter as Dr. Malloy was piling things on quickly and silently. I should mention my boyfriend is a 6'7" scruffy bearded mountain of a man, and he was wearing his cycling clothes as well. Dr. Malloy checks out, says, "See you soon," ignores my boyfriend and leaves, winking at me on the way out. My boyfriend was noticeably pissed, and he watched Dr. Malloy go out to his car. The next day, Dr. Malloy confronted me about him. "Was that him? Your boyfriend? He's a real bro, huh? Snarky and pompous." "Yes, he's actually really wonderful." Jackson starts staying with me to close whenever he can at this point. Dr. Malloy always started waiting for me to go on break and followed me, and trying to eat with me at the cafe nearby. The ladies were all getting very annoyed as well, and I started hiding. You know, all that shit. Well, I got a pretty bad rib injury on my bike, and I decided to stay home. I lived in a very secluded old apartment, a 15-minute walk away, that sat right above an old art gallery. That day, my friend was visiting from Germany. I was so excited to see them. He brought me food and coffee, and we were chilling inside catching up, when a knock came at the door. "Yo, anybody home?" I recognized the voice. What the actual fuck? I opened it up, and Dr. Malloy was holding a large suitcase. "Hey, I heard you were injured. I brought my acupuncture supplies, and I'd like to gift you with a free session." He tried to walk his way in. My friend was baffled. No thanks. My friend is visiting, and he'll take care of me." He looked at my friend, and his eyes filled with rage. "I came all the way here for you. This is what I get? Oh, you have 2 boyfriends. Disgusting." At this point, my friend stepped between us, tells him to leave, and shuts the door. Dr. Malloy bangs on the door, cussing and flipping the fuck out. Eventually, he leaves, though. I told the ladies and my boyfriend. My boyfriend was enraged and wanted to go kill this guy, but things calmed down for a bit, and Dr. Malloy went away for a while. Now his roommate starts scouting me out for him, though, asking me if I'd like to come over for dinner to their place and have some fun, that Dr. Malloy misses me. I'm pissed and tell him to fuck off, of course. This friend of his just wasn't right, like pedophile kinds of not right. Now, D-Day. Dr. Malloy waits in front of the store as I leave for my break. My boyfriend was on his way to take me out. Dr. Malloy stops me and says, "I'm taking you." "No, I'm going to eat with my boyfriend. Please just leave me alone, man. Just stop." "No, I'm taking you to Montana. Get in my car. Leave your boyfriend. I can take care of you for the rest of your life. I need a wife. I know you love me. Don't lie to me." He was saying this all through his teeth, quietly and angrily. He was holding onto my wrist, trying to drag me away, when Pam busts the door open, screaming and pulling his shoulders. Dr. Malloy grabs my hair, basically all but ripping it out of my head. Then my other hero, Jackson, runs over and tackles this piece of shit, pulls him into a headlock. Everyone's yelling and losing it. I'm silent and in shock. The police were called. He was arrested and in cuffs. The last thing he said was, "Your ass is mine." Restraining order ensues. I didn't press charges. We were about to move anyhow, and I knew I was protected at work. Anyway, last I heard, he did move to Montana. He closed his business and left. So, naturopath psychopath who stalked me and possibly tried to kidnap me, let's never meet again. Although throughout the years, my husband has collected a few shotguns, and I'm sure he'd love to show you. I was 17, mid-20s now. I worked at a local grocery store in a small, mundane town. Being a high school student, I worked evenings and got out at around 10:30 p.m. I walked home alone every single night, and I had worked there since I was 15 years old. It was my area, where I grew up, so I never had any fear. Thankfully, though, I was always still alert. On this night, I was about halfway home, just passing by my local 24-hour convenience store. I always became somewhat more alert after this point, because until then, I was walking on well-lit main roads, and I could probably motivate my stubby little legs to sprint to the store if anything happened. After that, though, it's all small residential roads, with many a dark place to hide, for either myself or would-be murderers. I walked past the store and noticed a few cars parked outside. Nothing too out of the ordinary. I cross the street and descend into the dark residential area. It's worth noting that not many cars really drive down those streets, especially this late at night. As I'm walking, I see two really bright lights roll up behind me. Obviously, a car. Honestly, it wasn't super strange at this point. I kept walking, but I turned my head to try and see what the car looked like, or who might be inside. I couldn't see shit though, because this car's lights were super bright. I sped up a little, but this car kept slowly following behind, creeping ever closer and closer. I'm full-on shitting myself at this point, but I don't quite break into a run, because it's still a ways to my house, and the car could easily catch up to me. This may seem stupid, but I've watched a lot of animal and nature shows, and one thing they always say is a trademark of prey is running. I guess I thought if I walked confidently enough, it would scare them off or something. At any rate, though, there was a corner coming up onto a very small road that leads right to the street I live on, so I decided not to go into full-blown panic mode unless the car followed me down this street. I quickened my pace and turned the corner, and then I looked back. The lights are finally out of my eyes, and I can sort of see the car. It had stopped right where I had turned. I absolutely shit myself, because I remembered seeing that car parked at the convenience store, and to my absolute horror, the car slowly started to turn around the corner. I freaked out. I scrambled to find my phone, but I forgot it at work like a moron. I pulled out my iPod Touch and pretended it was a phone, to at least make it seem like I was talking to someone. I turn around, iPod to ear, and looked this car dead in the windshield, lights still blinding me. I threw it the dirtiest look ever, while breaking into a slight jog. I hear the window roll down, and this motherfucker starts cooing at me, like some real lifelike dove noises. I just fucking book it. I hear the car speed up behind me, and as soon as I round the corner to get onto my street, I dive into one of my neighbor's bushes. I knew I wouldn't be able to make it to the house before the car caught up. I sat there and waited. The car came slowly around the corner and stopped just ahead of the place I was hiding. He continued his cooing, like, "Fuck this guy." I was prepared to sit there for the whole night because I was pretty convinced they didn't know I was there. A few tense moments rolled by when the car just suddenly takes off. Never have I ever been so relieved. It was dark, so I didn't catch its plate numbers, and the worst part about it was I saw the car switch off its high beams. All I could think was that they must have been turned on purposefully to blind me. I stayed hidden for a bit because I was afraid the car was still lurking around somewhere. Adrenaline eventually took over though, and I just started sprinting home. I got in the house and just started bawling my eyes out. I was absolutely inconsolable. Hyperventilating, full body shakes, dry heaving, the whole 9 yards. I had never been so afraid for my life, and it wasn't until I got home that I fully started to register all of that fear. It was just my 15-year-old brother who was home, and he had no idea what to do. After I calmed down a bit, I called the police, but of course nothing happened. I didn't have a very good description of the car to start with, besides its color and make, and I never got to see who was driving. The reason this story sticks out in my head is because not a month later, a young girl who was very drunk was snatched from the side of the road, only about 10 blocks from where I had been walking. The man took her and raped her for 3 days in his basement, but eventually she managed to escape. The house she was being kept in was abandoned, and the man was never caught. There's no way to know for sure if it was related, but I shudder to think what might have happened had I not dove into that bush and been super alert to what was going on that night. When I was approximately 16.5 years old in 2007, my living situation was quite interesting. My family had been living in a trailer park next to my mother's best friend, Jamie. At some point, my mom decided to separate from my father and stay with her friend, bringing my 8-year-old sister and 10-year-old brother with her. From time to time, we would have to visit my father next door, which mostly just consisted of staying the night. My father is and was a terrible person who most likely has narcissistic personality disorder, in addition to who knows what else. He was also my abuser, which no one else knew at the time. Regardless, he found out through my siblings, who adored him, that my mother was seeing another man. He was determined to do something about it. I don't exactly remember how I found out about his plan, or if I even really truly believed that he would go through with it. Either way, I decided to stay with my best friend the night it was supposed to happen, as I obviously did not enjoy being around him, even when he wasn't planning nefarious and illegal activities. Only, I didn't realize the extent of his idiocy. This grown-ass adult man decided it would be a good idea to buy marijuana and give it to his 10-year-old son to plant on the man my mother was seeing. Then he would call the police and report him. 10 out of 10 great plan in his deluded mind. Luckily, my sister decided something was off about all this and told my mother, who then immediately reported it to the police for child endangerment and most likely possession. Unfortunately, I believe he somehow caught wind that he was found out, and he fled. No one knew where to. Meanwhile, I was trying my best to enjoy a night with my friend in her huge house in the woods when I get a call from my mom about all that transpired. "He ran off," I remember her saying. She told me to stay put and that we would figure everything out in the morning. Jamie's parents were out for the night and would often be out until very late. A little shaken, but still intent on enjoying the evening, we decided to watch a movie in her living room. Now, she had a huge window seat that looked out into their wooded driveway, but it did not have any curtains. None of their windows did. This had always terrified me, as it was difficult to see out into the night, but you could damn well see in. As we were watching, I swear I see some movement in the yard. Her house was known to be infested with raccoons, so I tried to brush it off at first. However, later I was in the kitchen when I happened to glance out the back window. I saw the silhouette of a man walking through their fenced-in backyard. I was 100% sure I saw this person, and my heart immediately froze with terror. I called to Jamie quietly and asked if there should be anyone walking around in her yard at 12:30 a.m. A stupid question, sure, but I wanted to make sure it wasn't just someone cutting through to get to a road, or perhaps a neighbor of theirs. Jamie, of course, said absolutely not, and we shared between ourselves a look of total fear. We quickly, quietly, and of course practically crawling on the floor to remain unseen, double-checked all the locks. We decided to hide in the only room without a window, the computer room. Even without the window, we sat on the floor though, because it felt safer somehow. At this point, I will apologize for what I just realized was not the best course of action. We should have called the police. Instead, we called our older guy friends, who had cars and katanas. They were probably around 18 or 19, and had long been protectors, so to speak. They always felt like older brothers to us, and they promised they would come right over. It felt like forever. We sat there on the floor, hunched up and singing softly together to soothe our fears. At some point, there may have been multiple knocks, but I'm not sure I'm remembering that correctly. The men soon arrived and checked out the perimeter with their swords. No signs of anyone, but they stayed with us just in case. All the while I was freaking out, thinking my father had blown a gasket and decided to come after me, possibly believing I'd ratted his plan out. Nothing ever came of that night, nor did anything like it happen again. My dad was eventually found to have run off to New York, which was just fine by me. To this day, I'm terrified of windows without covering at night. Anyway, backyard bastard, let's not meet, although I have a sinking feeling we already have. I seem to be a magnet for creeps and weirdos, and since I got such a positive response on my last experience, I figured I would share a few more with y'all. I'll be writing these in order of let's not meetness, so I guess skip to the end if you only want to hear the scariest. Background. These all took place outside my home at the time, which was on the literal last block of a major city, right across the street from the beach. The building was framed on 4 sides by the beach, the woods, a construction site, and a few other sleepy houses, as well as a Mooney line. Think the subway, but above ground. It's the very last stop on the Mooney, so unless you can catch it at the right time of day or at the height of a tourist season, the area is basically empty on the sidewalks. The house itself has an initial patio door, which doesn't always fully close if you don't slam it. Then an entry area, with a staircase leading up to a second locked door that leads to the apartment. For experience 1, I get home from work one day at about 9 p.m. Immediately, I get into a small spat with my roommates. After about 30 minutes, I decided to leave the house to cool off for a bit. I had planned on sitting on the porch outside, but as I looked across the street at the ocean, I decided it might be more peaceful there. I had never been to the beach at night for safety reasons, but as I looked at the well-lit parking lot and no one in sight, I decided that this one time it might be alright. In the 1-block span from the beach to my home, there was a little wooded path that started on my street and dumped you out at the crosswalk for the beach. It also intersected with another pathway that took you right down to the coast. I sat for a bit. Everything was fine, and after a while, I started the around 1-minute walk back on the little path. All of a sudden, though, I look up and see a man walking briskly on the intersecting path, looking straight at me. I sped up a bit and tried to ignore him, and as we hit the intersection where the two paths connect, I end up being only about a foot away from him. He calls out to me, "Hey, you! I want to talk to you!" I ignore him, but after only a few more steps, he reaches out his hand and grabs my hair. "Hey, come here!" I immediately yanked my hair out of his hands, booked it to the last block, sprinting to my house, and I could hear him running behind me. I turned the corner sharply and was briefly out of his sight. Luckily, the initial entryway to the patio had been left open by accident, and I ran in through the front door and slammed it shut. I could hear his footsteps stop outside, followed by silence. As I go upstairs and look through our front window, I could see him walking away and disappearing into the construction site. Experience 2. I had a friend that lived a couple of blocks from where I was, along the same stretch of beach. After hanging out one day, I decided to head back home around sunset. I've walked this route many times, and it's just barely light outside still, only about a 5-minute walk, so I figured I'd be home before dark. As I crossed the intersection from their house, I noticed a white van parked on the corner that's not usually there, covering a little garden I like to look at on my way back. I could just barely make out 2 people in the front seat. I think to myself, odd, okay, whatever. I pull out my pepper spray. I cross the street, passing the van, and now have my back to it. As soon as my foot hits the pavement on the other side of the street, I hear the van start up. I turn my head just slightly and see them illegally turning onto the street where I'm now walking. They creep the van beside me slowly, just behind me but within my peripheral vision. I decided to stop and let them pass. I pause and pretend to be looking at my phone, but I see them stop driving immediately. This was a huge nope from me, and I broke into a run, the van following me, to a small vintage motel about 1 building away. I knew this building had an open entrance courtyard, and as I approached it, I turned quickly into the yard and run up to an archway entry for a unit. I stop at the first few steps, catching my breath, and I open my phone front camera to use as a sort of mirror to see what the van is doing. They had backed up to the entryway of the motel and sat there for a few minutes. Then the one on the passenger side opened the door and started walking towards the motel, his phone flashlight on. I immediately pulled my own phone back, listening for his footsteps and readying myself to start banging on the motel door, hoping someone was inside. I waited in silence for a long time, long enough for it to get completely dark. When I finally got the courage to look out again, both the man and the van were gone. I called an Uber to take me the last 2 blocks. Sorry, Uber driver. And after that, I never saw them again. Experience number 3. I have a friend over and we want to dab a bit, a form of smoking weed. It's about 10 p.m. My roommates don't like dabbing in the house because of the smell, so he and I go to his car parked out front. We're in there having a good time, when I notice this person walking down the block, pulling on car door handles. I notify my friend, and we watch as the same person comes up to his car and yanks on his back door. He honks his horn and they back up for a minute, then walk up to his driver window and knock on the window, making a motion to roll it down. Just as I'm about to tell him not to, he rolls down the window just a bit. The person was clean and normally clothed, and asks what day it is, then what time it is, to which my friend answers both. The person stands there and stares at us as he tries to usher them away, even offering the person money. Without saying anything, though, they walk away down the block, and once they reach the intersection between the construction site and woods, they roll their head back up to the sky and just start screaming at the top of their lungs as they back away out of sight. I take this opportunity to dart back inside my house as my friend watches, making sure to close the patio door. A few hours later, one of my roommates comes home very drunk, and as we figured later, they failed to make sure the patio door shut all the way. Morning comes, and I wake up to an empty apartment. I open my phone and have a singular message from my roommate from 3 hours ago stating that when they left for work this morning, there was a person they didn't know sleeping inside the patio area. They thought it was a drunk person who lived in the neighborhood and had entered the wrong house by mistake. Evidently, they didn't find enough of a reason to call me or wake me up. I immediately go to the entryway of our apartment, pulling the door open fast. To my surprise, the person who had been talking to us in the car the night before is just casually lying across my staircase, fiddling with something. I scream loudly, and they immediately hop up and run out of my patio door. I run down the stairs after them and open the door. They're standing across the street now, just smiling at me and giggling. They then give me a little wave and run off. I close the door hard and go back up the steps to see what they had left. Sitting on the steps were a few coins, some weird type of wire-like objects. Think a bobby pin after you bent it into a straight line, a lighter, and a pocket knife. I never saw that person again after that. Unrelated to my stories, but shortly after I moved from that area, a teenage girl was abducted from that same corner where I'd seen the van, and after a car chase, police found a severed head in the freezer of a house along my block as well. I also got a lot of questions regarding calling 911 on my last post and wanted to clarify. I'm from a rural area and have had many bad experiences with cops abusing power and have been raised to always be wary of police. I've also had situations that were severe enough that I did need to call them, and they didn't help me at all. So that's not really a thought that goes through my head when dealing with these situations. I've learned how to take care of myself, or to utilize community resources for other types of situations. These all happened years ago, and it's pretty wild to look back on and remember just how terrified I felt in those times. So, there's my stories. Hope y'all enjoyed. Hey all. Before I start, I'd like to give a couple of details about me. At the time of this story, I had just finished my 6th grade year and was very athletic. I took runs just about every day. This encounter occurred in the summer, and what comes with summer? Heat. So instead of running in the day when it was hotter, I began to run in the evening when the sun was down lower. On the day of this encounter, I followed my normal routine. I told my mom I was going to start my run, and they began to listen to my music on my iPod Shuffle. The way my neighborhood works is that there's only one entrance which doubles as the only exit as well. I live in a suburban area, so the main road that passes the entrance on my neighborhood is not very busy at all, but it usually isn't completely empty either. On that day, I was running down the main road of my neighborhood that all of the small streets branch off of. I was close to the entrance and could clearly see all of the cars passing by. I was also clearly visible to them as well. I remember watching as this gray Honda slammed on its brakes at the entrance of my neighborhood. This was done so fast and hard, I could hear the tires squealing over the song I was listening to at full volume. I brushed it off as someone most likely following directions and nearly missing my neighborhood's entrance. The car then began to go up the road I was running on extremely slowly, at least 10 miles an hour under the speed limit. I could make out 3 shadows in the car through the darkness, and the little light from the house's porch lights, 2 at the front of the car, and someone else in the back seat. As I passed the car by, I saw the driver's side window was down. I gave the car a smile and a wave, and I turned down a small street that branched off the road I was running on. I remember at this point feeling extremely on edge, so I checked over my shoulder. I saw the car turn around in the middle of the road, then slowly turn down the street I was running on. Again, I chalked it up to misinterpreting directions, and tried not to think too much of it, but of course I began to really freak out. As a girl of my age, I would always jump to the worst possible conclusion. I wasn't very tall and only stood at about 5'2", so I knew that I could be easily manhandled if the people in the car had any ill intentions. I knew that was very unlikely though, so I tried to tell myself to calm down a bit. I reached the cul-de-sac at the end of the street, so I was now running on the opposite side of the car. They were still coasting along, very slow. What I did next may have saved my life, and I can't imagine what would have happened to me if I didn't. As the car and I were about to be right next to each other, I paused my music, but kept my earbuds in, giving the illusion that I was still listening. As the car and I got closer, I could hear the two men speaking amongst each other. One of them actually tried to speak to me, yelling out, "Hey," or something like that. I didn't reply because I knew that it would blow my cover, and they would know that I was able to hear them. As the car drove a bit behind me, and out of view, I could barely hear one of them say, "We'll get her when we turn around." I froze. Get me? I felt like someone dumped a bucket of freezing water on my head. I knew they had to go around the cul-de-sac still, so I did the only thing I could think of. I sprinted. As I ran down the street, I looked over my shoulder and saw the car had already gone around the cul-de-sac and was now going a lot faster after me. I turned into the main road of my neighborhood and ran as fast as I could. I passed my street and just ran as fast as possible towards the end of my neighborhood. My house was the first on my street, so I knew they would see where I lived if I tried to go home. I was scared to death and running for my life. I had no idea what I could do to get away from these people, so I just pushed my body as hard as possible. I continued to check over my shoulder, hoping they maybe wouldn't be there, but they always were. They were right behind me, and I distinctly remember they were dead silent. I'd imagined them yelling at each other that I was going to get away, but instead they were chasing me in complete silence. To me, that was even creepier than if they were yelling. When I ran down the last street in my neighborhood, I started to run through backyards. That was the only thing I had left to do. I heard the car slam on its brakes, turn off its engine, and 3 doors slam. My heartbeat sped up. I was so convinced they were going to begin chasing after me through the backyards. "Get back in the car. We won't find her like this." My heart dropped as I heard 3 doors shut and the car engine start up again. Now that I had started running through backyards, I would have to run across the streets too. This was the scariest part for me, because I would be very visible to the people in the car if they would be driving down the main road. I remember staring at the street, trying to decide whether or not I should just wait it out, or if I should book it home. I went with the second option. I didn't even check my shoulder as I ran through backyards, jumped over fences, and ran across the streets. I was just waiting for car lights to light up the area around me, or for arms to wrap around me, but thankfully it never happened. Somehow the car must have turned down the wrong street, or completely missed me, and I truly believe that's the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me. When I got to my house, I wasted no time jumping through the front door. Once I slammed it shut, I sat on the ground and thought about what had just happened, and what could have happened as well. I never ended up telling my parents until years later, and I didn't call the police either. But if they are still out there, I hope they're locked up somewhere, so they can't terrorize a child again. I can't imagine what they would have done to me if they ever caught me. This all happened about 2 years ago, when I was 25. I'm female as well. It's a long story, but background and context is important. I used to work overnight shift in a hotel. It was a cruisy job. I worked alone, and after my audit was finished, the rest of my night was free to Netflix and occasionally do the university work I intended to do. I only lived a 6-minute walk from the hotel, and often used my 1 a.m. break to walk back home and grab dinner or a phone charger I'd forgotten. I know, not the smartest idea, but I'd been doing this walk home and back at 1 a.m. for years without issue, until this night. At 10 p.m. I would walk to work. I wouldn't describe the street I walked down as sketchy or dangerous by any means, although there was one house I passed on this walk, which I knew some dodgy characters resided in. After a while, I figured from the amount of people who would park outside the house for only a few minutes, then return, that they were likely drug dealers. So on this particular night, I left from my walk to work at 10 p.m. and noticed the dodgy drug dealer's house surrounded by a number of police. I thought nothing of it, just figured they had been caught for their activities and continued to walk to work. At 1 a.m. on my break, I headed off for my usual walk home to grab dinner. I was a little curious as to what had happened with the drug house, so I glanced at the house a few times on the way past to see if anything seemed out of place. It didn't, but unbeknownst to me, this glance was a huge mistake. After dinner at home, I started on my walk back to the hotel. As I walked down the one long road ending at the hotel, a car began to drive erratically next to me. First, they slowed right down and passed me, then suddenly hit the brakes and jerked the steering into the gutter as if to park, before speeding up again, repeating this twice just ahead of me. Eventually, the car comes to a complete stop about 100 meters ahead of me, on the opposite side of the road to which I'm walking. The driver got out and crossed the road to stand directly in my path, whilst the front passenger got out, rounded the back of the car, and opened the back door on the driver's side, and just stands next to the open door. Hell fucking no. Absolutely not was I going to continue walking towards that setup. I turn around and start walking back in the direction I had come, before the driver starts to call out to me. "Come back. Where are you going?" His calls got angrier and more aggressive, so I took off at a sprint back in the direction I came, aiming to take a right down a street separating the 2 blocks of straight road that would take me back to the hotel. I rounded the first corner just as I heard the car doors slam and the tires screech. I rounded the second right, slipping on the grass, running faster than I ever think I have. I could see the hotel, only 1 more block to sprint, but halfway, it was too late. I heard the car roar up beside me, a massive stitch in my side, and had no choice but to slow to a walk and initiate Plan B. Talk fast. It was a man driving, shirtless and skinny as a rake. I still remember the matted, long black dreads and almost completely black eyes. A woman sat in the passenger seat, same skinny, drawn look on her face, covered in scabs with pinpricks for pupils. Fantastic. Meth heads. They were both yelling at me, demanding to know what I was doing walking at night. "I work at the hotel and just went home for dinner. Leave me alone." They persisted, though, getting more aggressive with the yelling. Suddenly, the woman jumps out of the car, runs in front of it to get in my face, almost getting run over by her boyfriend in the process. She starts screaming in my face that I'm a liar. What am I really doing? Meanwhile, the man takes the car down an alleyway just next to where they had caught up to me. He got out of the car and started calling down the alleyway to come there. She was completely erratic now, demanding to know the truth as to why I'm walking this late at night. I'm freaking the fuck out, trying to figure out what the hell is going on, when the woman says, "I know you're lying. Why are you walking? Some shit went down here tonight." I began to connect the dots. The drug house, the police earlier that night, my second glance towards the place, 2 meth heads. "I know," I told the woman, taking her completely off guard. "Like I told you, I walked to and from my work. I saw the police all around the house at 10 p.m. Finally, she sees reason. "Our house was run through with guns earlier tonight. You seemed suspicious when you walked past and were taking a second glance," she tells me. "It all makes sense. These crazy meth heads think I'm involved with the people that robbed their house." Meanwhile, though, the man had heard none of this exchange and was storming back down the alleyway towards me. He was quite angry. He pushed his girlfriend aside while she tried to explain the situation and started on forcefully and verbally interrogating me. Too bad, though, that he didn't believe my story. The next minute, he takes a hammer out of his pocket, holding it menacingly between us. He asks again, "Why were you out walking?" I tried to explain once more, but he was only getting more and more angry. He turned around and handed the hammer to his girlfriend before pulling a handgun from his bum bag and asking me yet again, why was I out here? I began to explain once more, a little more desperate this time for good fucking reason. I hadn't even got out a few words before the woman completely freaked out at the man for pulling the gun and got in his face telling him to put it away. In amongst all the chaos, I took my opportunity. I wasn't asking permission before I turned and sprinted the rest of the half block to the hotel, leaving the two meth heads mid-domestic. After I got back, I had a smoke, or three, and processed what the fuck just happened. The realization dawned on me. The man's intentions, had I continued to walk towards the open back car door, would have been to abduct and potentially torture information I didn't have out of me with a hammer, all down to wrong place, wrong time scenario. It still kinda gives me chills when I think about the what-ifs. This is my first post here, and this happened just about 1 hour ago, so my memory is still pretty fresh. First off, I'm living very rural, in a small village with maybe 10 to 15 houses. Fairly close to a highway though. You can drive there within maybe 5 minutes, and also about 10 minutes away from the town. If you cross the street, it only takes about a 10-minute walk to reach the forest. First, Christmas Day. On the afternoon, my partner and I decided to go for a little digestive walk, as we were really stuffed from all the food. It was around 1700, and already quite dark when we left. We had a big and bright LED flashlight with us though. I also took my camera and my flash, as I love taking pictures of nature at night. We decided to walk on a little country road towards the forest, then turn right, following a small graveled cycle track close to the forest border, which connects our village and the next, maybe about 15 to 20 minutes walk between them. In the middle part of this track, you have to walk through a small bit of forest. It's rather dark and the trees are very high and quite dense. Once we entered, I saw my flashlight reflecting on something and recognized a car parked there on the side of the track, very close to the trees. This struck me as quite odd, of course, as cars are not allowed to drive there, and the path is very narrow and hidden anyway, so I was a bit cautious at this point. My partner pointed the light inside of the car, and it seemed to be empty. I also noticed at this point that the windows were completely frozen, so it must have been parked there for quite a while. A bit in front of the car, I spotted a tree with an intriguing structure. I asked my partner to point the flashlight towards it, so I could focus a bit better and photograph it with my flash. After I took a few images, though, my partner suddenly whispered to me, "There's someone standing behind us in the middle of the road. He's just looking at us." Nobody had followed us the entire way. I had kept looking around and behind us occasionally, because at this time in the evening and close to the border of the forest, sometimes there are boars, and it's mating season, so they're more aggressive than usual. Indeed, there was now a man standing behind us, staying just out of the flashlight's reach. He wasn't saying anything, just standing there, facing us. At first, I thought he might be startled, as it may seem a bit weird if someone's just taking photos around your car, not that it was even legal to drive on that path in the first place. I decided to get up and confront him from a distance, explaining to him that I was only taking photos of that tree. He didn't react at all, and just stood completely still. I went on to ask him if he needed some light, and he replied very quickly that it wasn't necessary. It was odd, but I was still calm. Surely there was a normal explanation for his behavior. Nonetheless, my partner and I decided to just GTFO and followed the path leading to the next village. It was about 5 to 7 minutes until we reached it. I remembered the letters on his license plate, not the numbers though, unfortunately, and Googled it. It turned out that he was from a city about 6 hours away from our village. Mind you, the country I live in is in a very strict lockdown right now, so you're only allowed to travel even by car if you have very urgent reasons. After we reached the first lantern of the next village, we looked back and observed the car driving just a bit out of the forest, turning around once it saw us, and going back inside. I was able to see that he'd parked there again, turned the lights off, and didn't leave the forest once more. After this, we went home on a much longer way than initially intended, as I didn't want to go back through there for obvious reasons. Our flashlight battery died on the way, and my phone battery was low, so I didn't want to call the police back then, but I called them as soon as I arrived home and gave them all the details. A big regret was that I didn't memorize the whole license plate, but it was just so surprising that I seriously didn't think about it. Also, it only occurred to me as really strange when I thought about the frozen windows and how he could have possibly walked behind us. Plus, with him having no light and not responding, he also seemed to be sneaking up on us when I sat down to take the photo. I think I was very lucky to have my partner, the camera, and the bright light with me. I don't want to imagine what could have happened if I was alone. Edit. When I told my housemate, she theorized that he may have actually been spying on the houses very close to the forest border, as you can easily look into their backyards without being seen. I think it's quite likely. I had the thought of photographing the car when I'd entered the forest part of the path, but somehow I felt unwell about it and decided not to do it, despite it being the interesting scene. In hindsight, I believe this saved me, as he must have been hiding behind the trees close to the car and forest entrance. If he really was planning a burglary, I think it's not unlikely he may have attacked me if he realized I had a potential photo of his car with a recognizable license plate. So I used to work as a personal trainer at a very familiar gym in my city to help pay for college. The neighborhood this gym was located has 2 other gyms across the street, so we would have a lot of clients changing from place to place. I worked the night shift since I was out of class at about 6 p.m. and worked from 6:30 to 10:30 p.m. Usually a lot of guys would go for experimental classes at night, and I was known for working with the bodybuilders. It was around 9 p.m. when this huge guy with a very arrogant posture walked in for an experimental class. The secretary immediately sent him to me, and I was more than happy to help him out, although I was pretty sure he already worked out some and needed no help whatsoever. Weird, but that's okay. Throughout the whole hour, though, this guy would ask me very personal questions. Where do you live? Are you single? What's your shoe size? What the fuck, by the way? Etc. As I was working, I politely tried to keep our conversation focused on training and exercises and those sorts of things. When the class was over, he looked over to me and said, "Hey, can I have your number?" "I'm sorry, but I have a fiancé." This was true as well. "Are you sure?" I usually don't take no for an answer. "Yes, I'm just here to help you exercise properly, nothing else." At this point, the man put his finger in my face and says this, "Well, when I get my gun, you won't say no to me again," and walked right out the door. For almost a month after, I needed to ask a male coworker to go with me to the parking lot late at night, because this guy would always be at the corner, waiting for me to get out. He would stare at me, smile, and wait for me to leave. Later, I found out he was at the gym across the street, and even took my car's license plate. I had to ask one of my clients that was a cop to scare him out. Until this day, I still can't get his smiling face out of my head. This happened when I was 13. I'm a girl, by the way, and in 8th grade. The middle school I went to was about a 15-minute walk away, so not very far at all. For context, my older brother and I grew up in East LA, in a small house that had a metal gate and both the front and back doors had a black metal screen door and a wooden one as well. During the day, we would always leave the wooden door open and have the black door closed and locked tight. Except for this day. That day I came home from school and had about an hour before anyone else would be behind me. I was really thirsty, so I rushed inside, grabbed a drink, and sat down at the kitchen table, which was only about 10 feet away from the door. I heard the metal gate swing open and was surprised, as no one should have been coming home that early. I got up to see who it was, and what I saw was an older man, probably in his 60s. He had short white hair and a long white beard. He was wearing an AC/DC t-shirt, torn jeans and sunglasses. I remember thinking he looked almost exactly like Santa Claus, except for dirty and a lot creepier. He knocked on the metal screen door and asked me if my parents were home. I was a dumb kid at the time and said that they weren't, honestly. He got this big smile on his face and said that he collected donations for needy children. I told him sorry, but I didn't have any money. He told me that sometimes children donated old toys. I said I didn't have any of those lying around either. He insisted that I must have some I didn't want anymore. He was beginning to creep me out when I noticed that I hadn't locked the door when I came inside. I tried to keep my cool as I slowly and very carefully locked the door. I did my best to keep him talking so that he might not notice. A minute or two later and he still wouldn't leave, so I decided I would pretend to go check for toys, then say I didn't have any so he would hopefully just go away. I told him I would go check, but as I turned and took a few steps down the hall, I could clearly hear him yanking at the door trying to pull it open. I didn't want him to know I had heard, so I kept walking down the hall and into a random room. I didn't have a cell phone at the time, and the only phone in the house was in the kitchen. I thought about what to do, and decided to stick with my plan I'd made beforehand. After about 2 or 3 minutes, I walked out, hoping he would have just left. Nope. Creepy Santa Man was still waiting there. I told him sorry, but I didn't find anything. He sighed and said alright, he would just check another time. He left and walked across the street. I watched from the kitchen window, peeking through the blinds, as he just stood there in the street, staring at my house for about 45 minutes. My brother and a few of his friends finally came walking down the street. As my brother came inside, and his friends kept walking, the man walked around the corner and disappeared. I told my brother what had happened, and he walked outside to take a look, but of course the creepy Santa Man was already long gone. When my mom came home, we told her what happened as well. She called the police, but all they did was say to call back if he showed up again. Thankfully, though, he never did. First of all, I'm French, so please forgive my mistakes. Second of all, my story is somewhat long, but I think it's worth it. Anyway, let's get started. It all started 2 years ago. I dropped out of school. I was home every day, suffering from depression and social anxiety. Since both of my parents worked, this meant I was alone in my house a lot of the time. So one day, I was alone just chilling, watching Netflix and eating some snacks in my room, when all of a sudden I could hear the phone ringing. I never really answered the interphone when I'm home alone because of my anxiety, so I just ignored it, even if the person was really persistent. Then, a few seconds later, I heard noises in the hall of my residence. I live in the ground floor, so when people make noises, I can easily hear it. I assumed at first it was the neighbors, but a few seconds later, I could hear someone ringing and knocking on my door quite brutally. With my anxiety issues, I started to feel quite anxious then and there, and I grabbed a knife just in case this person was trying to break in. After that, though, all I could hear was silence. Just when I thought it was all over, only 1 or 2 minutes later, suddenly I heard someone who was literally beating my kitchen window, so hard that my window popped open. At this point, I was hiding in the hallway with my knife, so I got to see the man's face when he opened the window and looked into the kitchen to see if anybody was there. I was terrified. I didn't know what to do, but when I discreetly looked at the man's face, it was extremely disturbing. He was very chill, cold, relaxed, no emotions. He looked into the kitchen one last time before turning around and leaving. I knew there was something wrong with this guy, but I was so scared that I called my aunt to pick me up. I really didn't want to spend more time at home after what just happened. So I was waiting there, still holding my knife and anxious as fuck, all the way until she came. Days after this incident, though, I didn't see this guy again. So that was 2 years ago. But yesterday my dad told me something he'd never told me before because he didn't want me to be anxious at the time. Two sisters from my neighborhood saw a man hanging around my house for quite a few days, especially around my bedroom window. My window was just in front of the residence parking lot, and the guy was hiding behind cars, stalking me through my window, and I had no clue of what was happening. One day, one of the sisters managed to take a photo of the guy, so I guess he knew he had been discovered. The girl who took the photo told my dad about all of this, and my dad watched to see if the man was still hanging around our residence, but he never saw him, and since then, nobody around us has ever seen him either. This happened to me just a few days ago, and I wanted to chronicle everything before I forgot any details. It's a bit long, so please bear with me. I work at a popular retail store in a mall close to my on-campus apartment. I was home for winter break and decided to work Christmas Eve since I was promised time and a half, and I could use the money to buy some extra Christmas presents. My childhood home is not very far from my apartment, but it's about an hour drive from my work to my childhood home. Our holiday hours were extended this year, and I was given a closing shift for Christmas Eve. The store closed at 10 p.m., and the closing shift ended at 10:30, meaning that I would be getting home at around midnight after swinging through a drive-thru to grab something to eat. The closing shift at the store usually had 2 employees and a manager working, but the other employee that was supposed to close with me was out sick, so that night it was just me and the manager. While the manager emptied and counted the cash drawers and wrote the daily report, I gathered up all the trash and cardboard and left it all by the back door in the stockroom. I dusted and vacuumed until the manager was finished with the daily report. Then he put in the combination to disable the alarm and held open the back door for me to take out the trash and cardboard. This was the part that it was usually the most helpful to have 2 employees instead of 1, because the dumpster was walled off, and the manager had to wait by the door to make sure no one walked into the store. It wasn't too far away though, and I wanted to get home as soon as possible, so I carried all the trash out myself. Our store shared the dumpster with only 3 other stores, all of which had closed either before or after us, so I wasn't expecting to see anyone there. I was so startled that I dropped all my bags when I saw that someone was digging through the trash. He looked up at me when he heard the bags fall. "Oh, hi, I accidentally dropped my wallet in there. Could you help me grab it?" he asked. 1,000 red flags went off in my brain, and I immediately began to back away. I don't think I can. I need to take out the trash and get back to my store for work," I said, trying to walk towards the store slowly. "Which store do you work at?" he asked. I'm not sure why I told him, but I did tell him the store I worked at, and he nodded. "Oh, nice. You can just leave those bags here. I'll toss them out for you when I'm done looking." I went back into the store at that point, a little creeped out, but not really suspecting anything else. I told my boss what had happened, and he laughed a little and offered to walk me to my car, as I was parked in the lot behind the store, and he was parked in the parking garage attached to the main mall. I declined and walked to the nearly empty parking lot. There were only 3 other cars in the lot, including mine. One was parked close to the back entrance of a neighboring restaurant, and the other car was parked just a few spots away from mine. I couldn't see the person inside, but the car was on, and it looked like they were trying to warm up the car from the inside before scraping off the ice on the windshield. I glanced at the car a few times, just to mentally jot down the make and model, a blue Honda Accord, before getting into my car and locking the doors. I called my parents to let them know I was just now leaving, and I would be stopping to grab dinner on the way home, so not to wait up. I kept my eyes peeled for different fast food joints on the side of the highway, but the majority of them were closed as it was 11 p.m. on a Christmas Eve. I was getting hungrier and hungrier as I got closer and closer to the exit for my house. I had decided to just scrounge up some leftovers at home as I drove through my town, when I saw a subway with blinking lights that said, "Open late." I pulled into the parking lot of the subway and saw the red LED sign indicating it was open. I walked into the sandwich shop and took a look around, as it seemed pretty empty. I called out to the empty store and was able to get the attention of the only person seemingly working there. "Oh, I thought I had locked that door. We just closed, actually," he said. "Come on, man. I just got off work and I just want to grab something to eat before I go to bed. I'll be really quick, I promise." I begged him as nicely as possible. He sighed and agreed, probably taking pity on how exhausted I looked. We talked for a little bit about working the late shift on Christmas Eve, as he made my sandwich before a group of teenage boys walked into the store. "We're closed, guys. I'm going to lock the store after I'm done making hers," he said. "But I want a sandwich," one of the boys whined. "All right, fine." The Subway employee got up from behind the counter and locked the door, so no one else would be able to get in. He could ensure the teenagers would be his last customers of the night. He finished making my sandwich and left me to pick out my drink and chips at the soda fountain. Most of the boys only bought bags of chips or cookies, so they were all finished before I finished filling up my soda, and the Subway employee disappeared into the back. I put the lid to my cup on and was looking for a straw when something caught the corner of my eye. The man from the dumpster was waiting in the parking lot right next to my car. He was sitting on the hood of the car that was parked next to mine, and it was that same blue Honda Accord. I started to really freak out at that point. There was no reason for this guy to be in my town, an hour away from the mall, at the exact place I decided to stop, if he wasn't following me. And what was he doing on the hood of his car? It was the day before Christmas, and it was snowing and below 30 degrees. "Hey, can you guys walk me to my car?" I asked the group of boys. "Yeah, what's wrong? Are you all right?" one of the boys asked me. "Oh, I'm fine. I just don't want to slip on any ice on accident," I lied. I still felt a little silly because there might be a perfectly good reason for the man from the dumpster to be waiting in the parking lot, something that didn't have anything to do with me, but I was still, of course, nervous. The boys happily walked me to my car and waited until I drove off safely. The man didn't even so much as glance at me as I got in. I had about 10 minutes until I got to my house, and I tried to shake this weird feeling I got about the man by the dumpster. Because of this, it took me a little while to notice, but I soon realized that someone was following me. It was hard to see because the car's lights were off, but I noticed when I glanced in my rearview mirror as I drove directly under a street lamp. I started to get nervous again, drove past my house and turned back onto the main road, hoping I could lose this guy. The car stayed on my tail, and I watched in my rearview mirror as we went under a streetlight again. It was a blue Honda Accord. I pulled out my phone and called 911 and explained the situation to the dispatcher. The dispatcher advised me to drive to the nearest police station and told me she would inform the station of what was going on. I stayed on the line with her until I pulled into the police station. The Honda Accord drove right past. There was a police car waiting outside the station that took off after the man, but ultimately there was nothing they could do, besides give him a ticket for driving with his lights off. My description of the man by the dumpster matched the driver of the Accord. I don't know what he had planned, but I haven't seen him since. I told my boss about the incident, so I won't have to take the trash out on my own anymore. I live in an apartment centered in a cluster of 3-story buildings surrounded by woods and roads. It's never been a great place, but also not an extreme ghetto location or anything like that. More or less hanging on a thin thread of becoming a rough neighborhood. I had moved there in hopes of starting a family, which failed, but that's a story for another day. Next to my apartment house lives my mother, and an exact copy of mine. I would visit her on a daily basis due to her persistent hounding of me to do so, and in the apartment next to hers lived a man we shall call Brad. You see, Brad used to go to special school due to his severe autism. He would gain help from a social worker, and on occasion they would come by and clean up his apartment. He would always make sure to say hello and smile with this big bright smile, correcting his glasses as he told us the importance of bowling. But he was alone, and he couldn't find love very easily. Brad was homosexual and having problems with his social skills that made it very hard for him to gain a man. So when my mother saw another man kiss Brad on the cheek and leave, it made her very happy for him. But then the odd visits started to happen. The man seemed to have a wife and child, which both started to live at Brad's apartment. They would greet us with a polite smile, telling us in detail how they came to our country just a year ago, and lots of things we really didn't ask for, praising my mother's looks as well. They would open the door if we walked up to my mom's apartment, just to talk, even suggesting for us to attend them to the church, but we declined since neither of us are religious of that kind. The man would also occasionally knock on my door by mistake, saying he thought it was Brad's apartment. One time even stood in my hallway after I forgot to lock the door by mistake. Brad then started to write me on Facebook, complaining about how they kept moving his books or would borrow money and never give it back. I told him to either tell them to pay him or just move out. He simply sent a thumbs up, and I would not see him until a week later, in which he was heading to do some bowling. He seemed extra cheerful, and we promised to take a look at his new bike when he got home with it tomorrow. Sadly, though, that would never come to be, because 2 days later, a blood-curdling scream could be heard from the house, and what I thought was a woman ran across the field outside the apartment and vanished amongst the buildings. I took a blanket and stood on the balcony, hoping to get a glance of the person who had run off, but nothing. It would take well over an hour before I finally heard someone arguing outside. It was the smiling man on the phone with someone, and another man in distress screaming to the phone for someone to come. I walked out on my balcony, which was not very high from the ground, and asked what was wrong. The person, Brad is dead, the man cried, now sitting on his knees. The smiling man, not showing any emotions, kept speaking to the person on the phone, and asked me, where are we? We're at Lavender Road 66 at 7744. Why? The smiling man repeated it, and it would take 15 minutes for an ambulance and police to show up. At 4 a.m. the police knocked on my door to ask questions, but I could only tell them what I knew. I would later search up his cousin on Facebook, in distress, asking her to check on Brad. She denied anything had happened to him, and blocked me. I felt a bit guilty. Perhaps I had been wrong, but sadly no. After weeks of rumors between neighbors, on a forum it became confirmed. Brad had been killed in the most gruesome way one can imagine, and the one who did it? The smiling man. He would deny murdering Brad, saying it was what he wanted, but a sex game gone wrong had ended his life. A newspaper would publish pictures of a reenactment of the crime. He had been tied down, with weights on ropes around his neck, and other things I just can't write down here. Clearly, this was no sex game. A story would be painted up, how Brad and this man had a relationship, that his faith would be an issue if he became caught with another man, and how they used Brad for money and living rent-free, how he would send letters to my mother asking for her hand. But thankfully, the man would gain 15 years in prison, plus being sent home to his native country, and barred from entering this one forever. He tried to get it overturned, of course, but it was no use. The evidence towards him was stacked up, and the question came to me if I wanted protection. I said no, because somehow, I think he won't be back. But that being said, smiling man, let's not meet ever again, and I hope you burn in hell. This happened to me back in 2017. Basically, I'm fairly certain somebody tried to break into my grandparents' house on 2 separate occasions, and the more I think about it, the more I think it was probably the same guy. In February or March of last year, I was 18 and awake at around 10 p.m., FaceTiming my boyfriend. My grandparents' house has this wooden back door and a concrete porch with a plastic stable door attached. My grandfather is judicious in locking both every night and double-checking that they're locked for certain before going to bed. He's always weary that somebody might break in, even though we live in a very small rural town in Cornwall, England. I've never really questioned it though. It always seemed better to be safe than sorry after all. Growing up, he told me over and over again to always make sure the doors and windows were locked properly before going to bed. I used to forget though. The dog needed to piss, so I let him out into the garden, and apparently didn't lock either door before going back into the living room. To give you an idea of how the house is set out, it's living room, then entrance hall, the kitchen, and then the porch. I was sitting in a chair against the far wall of the living room, with my back to the kitchen. The dog, a big dumb Rottweiler times Mastiff with severe arthritis, was really beginning to play up. He has these manic, excited fits sometimes, where he'll run in circles around the living room, nipping at anyone and barking. This wasn't one of those, though. I've never heard him be aggressive before, but he started making these long, low warning growls. It scared the absolute shit out of me. He took himself into the entrance hall. It's tiled, and he likes to lay down there sometimes to cool off. I thought nothing of it at first, but only a scant few moments later, I heard this enormous sound. By now, I'm pretty sure it was our dog smacking into the kitchen safety gate as he leapt right the fuck over it, which he absolutely should not be able to do, considering it's put there to stop him being an asshole when we open the front door. I yelled at him, got up to see what he'd broken this time, and I swear, I actually felt my blood turn to ice. Both the wooden door in the kitchen and the door to our back garden were wide open. Because of the dogs my grandparents like to have, the garden is fenced with about 6 feet of wooden paneling, but fuck me if I was gonna go out and check to see if there was anybody out there. Dog at my side, I shut and locked the exterior and interior doors and stayed up, listening. The worst part was, when I had let the dog out earlier, I could have sworn that I heard something out there. Even worse, and something that still freaks me out. Owing to the way I was sitting compared to the layout of the ground floor, this person would have been right behind me before I even knew anything was wrong. Going home a couple of months ago, I'm at uni now, I was again sitting in the living room. It has large bay windows. At around 3 a.m., this guy just comes up to the front door and starts properly hammering on it. The dog again emits those very real warning growls and immediately gets up to where I'm sitting on the sofa. I've ordered food and had friends over real late at night. He does not act like this just because there's anybody at the door. He follows me up the stairs as I go to look out the bedroom window, overlooking the front garden. I opened the window and called out to the man. Apparently, he had a pizza delivery for us. I told him he had the wrong house. He didn't even have a food bag or anything with him. The only local pizza place is a Domino's, about 20 minutes away. This guy wasn't in uniform and didn't have any sort of vehicle with him either. Like I said, I was sure as hell he didn't have any food. He lingered around for a while after I told him he was in the wrong place. I didn't exactly realize how sketchy this whole thing was until it was finally over. Just thinking about it gives me a bad feeling. I think he and whoever managed to get into the kitchen might have been the same person. My grandparents live in a middle-class area that apparently experienced a string of robberies in the early 2000s. Sometimes I worry the guy might have been a dog fighter looking to steal Diesel. Dog theft with the intent to fight the stolen animal is a very real problem in Cornwall and England in general. Diesel is also a massive loudmouth and not exactly hard to miss. If that's the case, I hope their encounter with him will make them think twice before trying again. I've encountered my fair share of creepers in my 26 years. I posted another story of my first encounter when I was about 11. I've also had a string of encounters at work that I like to call adventures in waitressing. Perhaps I'll write about those another time. The following, however, was probably the most dangerous situation I've ever been in, where creepy strangers were involved. After work one night, a friend and I decided to run to the Walmart up the street together to grab a few things. This was a 24-hour Walmart in a not-so-great area, and not the kind of place any young woman wants to go alone at night. I was 20 at the time, and my friend was 19, both of us female. We take separate vehicles and park a fairly far distance from the entrance so that we're able to park right next to one another. Even though it was 10:30 at night, the place was still pretty busy, and we were definitely further from the entrance than we had wanted to be. At least we managed to park near a light, though. We were pretty satisfied with our spots and headed inside. After about 15 or 20 minutes, we have all our things. We managed to check out in a timely manner as well. Record speed for Walmart as far as I'm concerned, and we're already on our way. As we were approaching our cars, we immediately noticed a shady little hoopty of a car parked 2 spots down from mine, sitting in the open with 2 men leaning against the passenger's side. We continue as if nothing's wrong, smiling and chatting with one another, but our chatter has turned to, "You see these guys? Yeah. Okay, we're gonna leave as quickly as possible. I got your back." We say goodbye, but unfortunately I have to walk around to my driver's side directly in front of them. As I make my way around the back of my car, keys in hand, they both push themselves away from the car, and one starts making his way towards me. He yells out, "Hey baby, what your name is?" I ignore him and try to stick my key in the door. I miss. I take a breath and try again, but I continue to struggle with this lock. Meanwhile, the man is rambling on about how beautiful we are, and he and his friend want to take us to a party. If we would just get in their car, they would take us to a great place and hook us up. You know, because we're so fine and all. I'm starting to panic a little as he's getting closer, and continuously asking my name more and more aggressively. I finally get my door unlocked and open, and in frustrated stupidity, I tell him, my name is my name, and I'm leaving. I jump in the driver's seat and slam and lock the door. As I'm sticking my key in the ignition, the son of a bitch actually leans on my car and continues to harass me about this party through a cracked window. Now, in the summertime where I'm from, it gets incredibly hot even at night, and it's common practice to leave windows cracked for comfort. It's then when I realize it's some 90 degrees out, and this dude is wearing this long coat. The alarm bells are screaming in my head, but this dude is plastered to my car, and I'm not thinking straight. I ask him through the window crack to please step away from the vehicle. He continues to try and ask me questions, and tell me that my fine friend and I really need to get in their car. I had my mace in my hand, but the windows are manual, and if I tried to spray through the small crack, I would probably end up spraying myself more than him. I asked him nicely one more time to please back off, and when he didn't comply, I finally lost it and started yelling. "You need to get the fuck off my car, because I'm leaving with or without you on it, and I will run you over, motherfucker." As I throw my car in drive, he yells, "What the fuck you just say to me? Bitch, I'm about to fucking shoot you." He reaches into his long coat. My friend, who was sitting in her car next to me, trying to figure out what to do, guns it through the parking lot, and I follow after her. We drive across the lot without looking back until we find one of those security vehicles. We stop, and my friend jumps out and runs to his open window to tell him what just happened. He starts driving over to them, but they jump in their shitty car and take off. We left Walmart and drove to the parking lot of a McDonald's to talk and make sure we were both okay. We talked about the incident and came to the conclusion that they had probably chosen to wait by our cars, considering we had distinctly feminine indicators on them. I had Tinkerbell on my license plate and a matching sticker on my back window. My friend, who races motorcycles, had a big pink skin sticker across the back window of her truck. We were sufficiently freaked out, and very glad we made it out of that situation unharmed. I don't think either of us have ever gone to a Walmart after dark since. Many people, when speaking of our society today, say that children are less safe than they've ever been before. Personally, though, I believe that no matter what year it is, we are always going to have horrible people running around on the streets. I think evil is just part of human nature. Maybe I read too many stories on this sub and others, but still, to all the parents out there, keep a close eye on your children. All of that aside, though, this particular encounter happened about 20 years ago today, when I was 3. My brother was a newborn at the time, and for financial reasons, my mom, stepdad, who later adopted me and became the man I consider my father, my brother and I all lived with my mother's parents. It was never a bad situation, but I think my mom grew frazzled quite easily, trying to raise 2 young children and also save up enough money for a house of her own. And that's why we spent most of our time at lakes and parks. Any sort of free activity that would wear us out, I believe. Back then, my grandmother was in pretty good health, and I remember she drove my mom, my new brother and I to a small lake in Denver for a fun weekend trip. I don't know why I remember all of this information so well. Again, I was only 3 years old. But I was already dressed up in a pink bathing suit and was chatting animatedly about going swimming with my childhood teddy bear. That is until my brother started to fuss, and I plugged my ears to drown out all the noise. When we arrived at the lake, my grandma and mom were visibly exhausted from all the crying, and they quickly let me out of my car seat. They told me to wait by the car whilst they comforted and fed my little brother, and I obeyed as they disappeared around the other side. I was just watching the waves on the lake. I've always loved swimming, and fiddling with my bear, when these 2 guys approached me from across the parking lot. Again, I don't know why I remember this so well, but the men were fairly young, maybe early 20s. I think they were dressed in baggy jeans and hoodies. I think they were both Caucasian as well, if that matters at all. I was too, for that matter. I got this immediate stranger danger vibe from them, and I remember pressing myself up against my grandma's car, as though that would somehow provide me protection. I was a pretty cautious child already. This was not the first weird encounter I'd ever had with a stranger, but the instant terror I felt when these guys approached me caught me off guard. "Hey, little girl," one of the guys said, leaning down so he was in my face. "Do you want $1?" I didn't say anything, and my limbs froze up. I could not move, even when the other man pulled out a $1 bill. And the first man spoke again. "It's okay, don't be scared. If you get into our car, we'll give you this $1. He started grabbing my arm, and I remember I started to cry. I was so scared that I couldn't move or make a sound, so my tears were silent. Now, don't cry, little girl. We'll give you this $1, the man said, and started to pull on my arm, dragging me towards a dirty white van that scared me even more. The other man started to tell me they were going to make me rich. I was going to earn more money than any other little girl should ever have, and I could buy any toy I wanted if I just went into the van with them. When we were about halfway there, I dropped my teddy bear, and that's when I let out an audible scream. The men didn't seem too concerned until my grandma came out from behind her car and charged the men. She was carrying a baby bottle from feeding my brother, and she used that to begin viciously beating them. After a few choice words I had never heard her use before or since, the men let go of me, and with dejected faces, ran to the van and sped off. After that, my grandma gave me my teddy bear back and carried me to my mom, where they calmed me down and called the police. After talking to me and wondering out loud how my grandma, a 72-year-old very tiny woman, just beat up 2 men. She even had some blood under her nails from scratching them. My mom and grandma decided it was best to just go home and try the lake again another day. I don't know if the men were ever caught, but I do sincerely hope so. Something tells me that whatever they wanted with a cute blonde 3-year-old girl was probably not very good. My grandma doesn't remember this story anymore. She has dementia now, but she'll forever remain a hero of mine. My mom and I like to tell it to her now, though. and remind her that she's the bravest, kindest woman we know. Again, this was some 20 years ago, but I would really implore any parents out there to always make sure your kids are safe. There will always be sick people out there, and that fact is not going to change ever, even with time. This was not the first time I was almost kidnapped, but it was definitely the most scared I've ever been. This happened about 6 years ago, but first, a little backstory. Back then, I was in university and lived about 10 hours away from my parents. It was a long drive, and our hometown was super boring, so I only ever visited for Christmas. That year, though, because I was going through a bad breakup, I went home for the summer, wanting to just be lazy and sunbathe in my parents' garden with some trashy novels. Luck had it that my cousin who lived next door was also alone visiting her mom. She was 2 years younger than me and close to me like a sister. My parents had a big dog, a cane corso if you know the breed, that looked quite scary but was a gentle giant and a surrogate mother to our kittens. Anyway, I was home for a couple of months and my parents were going on a holiday for 2 weeks on the other side of the country. I was okay with being home alone, although it was a bit weird, because at this point I had been living in a big city for a few years and was not used to everything being so quiet at night. All I could hear were crickets and sometimes wild animals from the nearby mountains. It made it quite hard to sleep, so I decided to move into my parents' bedroom because they had a TV in there and I could keep it on all night for some background noise. One night my cousin came to spend the night because her mom was working the night shift and she didn't want to be home alone. We decided to watch horror movies and eat pizza in bed. At some point I fell asleep, but my cousin, Anna, could not. She was quite a jumpy and easily scared person, so those movies really got her freaked out. I'm deep asleep when she suddenly wakes me, super freaked out, saying someone is in the house. My mind is foggy because there was some beer with that pizza, and I could barely keep my eyes open. I told her she's being paranoid and she should go back to sleep. She insisted that there really was someone in the house. She's shaking and crying, so I'm starting to worry about her. I sit up when I suddenly hear a noise from downstairs, as if someone closed the cutlery drawer in the kitchen. I flinch and put the TV on mute. I get up and slowly lock the bedroom door, then tiptoe back to the bed and listen carefully. I hear the wooden floors downstairs creaking as if someone is walking around. At this point, I'm starting to join Anna in the freakout. My parents had this sensor light in the hallway. It's placed kind of in the middle of the stairs, so it will go on if someone is walking around both downstairs or upstairs. I hear the click of the light turning on, and I can see it from underneath the bedroom door. I'm now 100% sure someone is in the house. I grab my cell phone to call the police, but the town is in the middle of fucking nowhere, and I have no service. My cousin is bawling, and I have to put a pillow over her mouth to muffle the noise. She's holding on to the pillow and bites it to stop herself from screaming. Whoever is in the house is now climbing up the stairs. My mind is going 100 miles an hour, and I'm trying to think of all possible scenarios. My best bet is some neighbor noticed my parents' car has been gone for a few days. They know our dog is harmless, and they know my folks are doing quite well for themselves, so they were probably trying to find some jewelry or something. I figure if we keep quiet, they'll take whatever they want and then just go. I told my cousin to quietly get underneath the bed. I look out the window and see nobody on the street. Since my parents' bedroom is next to mine, and mine has a balcony, I figured if push comes to shove, we can climb out the window, reach the balcony, and since it's overlooking the vegetable garden, we can jump and hope to land on a soft soil that won't break too many bones. As I move to crawl underneath the bed as well, though, the doorknob rattles. Someone is trying to get in. I freeze, and I swear time stands still. My heart is beating like crazy. I look around, and the only weapon I can see is my mom's crochet needle in a basket by the bed. I figure I'm gonna stab this sucker right in the eye or something. The doorknob rattles for a few more seconds. Then the intruder walks away. I hear them shuffling through the rest of the runes on the floor, but I figure she's too quick to actually take anything. Worse thoughts creep into my head. My dad is a detective. He's worked some horrible cases involving sex trafficking rings and stuff. What if someone is here for him? Wouldn't be the first time our family was threatened. If that's the case, I might be dead by the morning. This thought shoots adrenaline through my body, and when I can't hear anything for a few minutes, I decide I have to get out of that room, find some service, and call the police. My cousin begs me to stay, but all I can think about is someone after revenge. They could burn the house down with us in it or something. As stupid as it might sound right now as well, I was really worried for my dog too. She was out there all alone. If someone was to approach her, she'd probably lick their fingers right before they shot her or something. Anyway, I take my phone, my crochet needle, and leave the room. I step into my parents' dressing room and take my dad's baseball bat, then make my way downstairs. The front door is wide open. As I walk outside, I can see a man swiftly running away. I immediately call the police, and to my surprise, they tell me a call was already made for that address. They're already on their way. I assume my cousin somehow found a way to call while I was gone, and so I don't question it. The police arrive in less than a minute. It wasn't my cousin who called, though. It takes us a while to understand just what's going on. The officer is just as confused as I am. In the end, what happened was, my neighbors were not aware I was home for the summer. They knew my parents were gone, and when they saw the lights were on in the house, they started to worry. I didn't lock the door that night, and my dog has the habit of opening it with its paws and then taking a nap on the sofa downstairs. Turns out she probably opened the door at some point in the evening, and then decided to go back out and left it wide open. My neighbor thought that someone was robbing us or something worse, so he came in and went into the kitchen to take a knife from the drawer and walked around to see if he could spot any intruders. He decided to call the police at some point, and when I got out of the bathroom, he heard me upstairs, got spooked about a robber, and ran away. So, worried neighbor who was stupid enough to go into the house while he thought it was actively being robbed in the middle of the night. Let's not meet again. Bear with me, as I'm not exactly a storyteller. I'll try to paint you a picture of the nightmare that unfolded to the best of my ability, though. This story begins in the summer of 2015. I'd been placed on a bed rest order and was awaiting surgery. Being unable to work, I Googled options to make money from the comfort of my own bed. The easiest option was webcam service. I'll admit, I should have done more research and protected myself better. I didn't have the tools nor the understanding that the internet could be a very dark place, though. It started off simple enough. I had a desirable look, and this was before the days OnlyFans camming could be lucrative. Payment could be received through the website, or you could add a link to your Amazon wishlist with the option of private information withheld. I made sure to the best of my ability to keep any information about myself protected. I used a fake name, I wore wigs and hair extensions, I used colored contacts. I made sure none of my surroundings had any personal indicators of my location either. I even changed my birthday and year on my profile. After a few days, my chat room had anywhere from 100 to 500 viewers, with regular private chat customers and subscribers. After a few more days of exploring my surroundings and cruising the website, I learned that you could search for webcams in your state. Uncomfortable to think that someone I know could possibly stumble upon my cam. My mother and the family member I lived with at the time were very aware of my internet business, though. After working the site for about a month and my surgery date fast approaching, I changed my personal info and availability and added comfort items to my wish list. I placed a repeating banner in my chat room to refer to my Amazon wish list for wants and needs. A week before my procedure at 1 a.m., I was sitting in bed. The lights were on in my bedroom, and being on the second floor, I felt comfortable to keep my blinds and windows open for a nice summer breeze. I lived on a 60-mile-per-hour speed limit country road, a few acres between each house, with a long driveway. Traffic would fly by, much too fast to get a clear look into my bedroom that directly faced the road. Well, when I saw a car slowing down in front of my house, I thought it must be someone looking for a house number on the mailboxes. I watched the car slowly creep by. I could see their taillights slowly moving through the tree line at the end of my driveway. Then, when I saw the brake lights, something clicked. As the car slowly started to reverse back towards my house, I became more aware of my situation. The entire room, including myself, was fully illuminated and visible from the road. The rest of my house was completely dark. The car idled in the road at the end of my driveway for close to 5 minutes. Headlights on, moving forward, then in reverse every few minutes after that. I turned off the lights and sat in front of the window and watched for 20 minutes in silence before they left. 2 days before my procedure, my partner and I decided to go out for my last meal. Dinner ran late, and I arrived home at around 10 p.m. to change my clothes before heading over to my partner's for an overnight. I lived with an older adult female family member at the time. We chatted for a few minutes, and I left in my partner's car within the hour. When I returned the following morning at 6 a.m., I was surprised to find the deadbolt was locked. I was surprised because we never double-locked while I was sick, in case of an emergency occurring. After waking up a family member and being let in, she immediately asked me where my keys were. I was confused because I had my keys in hand, and I asked what she meant. She told me that around 1 a.m. she was awoken by a loud slam on the glass storm door of our front door. She slept in the downstairs sunroom in the back side of the house. She said she waited for a few minutes with her phone in hand to see if I would call to be let in, as she assumed I'd forgotten my keys. After a few minutes of silence, she checked and saw no one outside. She checked to make sure the front door was locked, and then deadbolted it after. Things were quiet for the next few days. My procedure ended up being rescheduled due to an unforeseen complication. The next time I logged back into my chat room, I received a quickly repeated message through the public chat in a room with 150 people, saying, "Hey, your real first and last name? Your Amazon wishlist has your address and them listed publicly." Even with 2 additional chat room moderators with the ability to delete chat comments, ban and block, and report accounts simultaneously, the damage had already been seen and done. I opened Amazon immediately and deleted the entire account. I froze my cam account as well. I notified my family member that I lived with about what had happened, and told her that those 2 weird instances of creeps in the night could be very real threats. We were now both well aware. 2 weeks later, my family member went out of state for a week's vacation, and I prepared for my surgery now a few days away. I left the house around 2 p.m., with plans to return a few hours later. I shut off all the lights and wrangled my toddler child out of the house. When we returned at around 8:45, the first thing I noticed while pulling into my driveway was that one of the lights was now on in the center of the downstairs. I remember thinking that was weird because I distinctly turned that light off just before I'd left. I tried to rationalize that toddlers' fingers are tricky, and they could have randomly flailed and flicked it back on without me noticing. We walk in, front door's still locked. Go straight into the downstairs bathroom/laundry area, strip down and toss our clothes into the washer. I go straight upstairs into my room, throw a t-shirt and undies on, then go to my son's room to grab him some clean undies as well. We go back downstairs, and as I'm turning on the kitchen lights, I see it. The back sliding glass door in the sunroom is wide open. It's not cracked open, it's a foot-wide gap. The utter sinking feeling of my throat falling out my asshole and the sheer terror still makes me nauseous to this day. In a split second, I scooped my child up and went out the front door so quietly and quickly, I'm still amazed. I ran to my car with my cell phone in one hand and my child in the other, only to realize I'd left my only set of car keys in the house. In this area with little to no cell service, I tried to call 911. When I reached them, I told them there was someone in my home, and I was alone with my child in my car, and my keys were inside. I then called my mother, who was 25 minutes away, and called my ex, who was 7 minutes away. He flew over as fast as he could with his friend. My mother arrived, and then the police arrived 45 minutes after the call was placed. It was terrifying waiting in my car with my child with no protection, my keys inside the complete darkness surrounding us. It was embarrassing when the police showed up, and I was in my underwear and a tiny white tee. The police searched the house 2 times over. They noticed the back door of the garage had been broken. The garage door to the inside of the house was still locked. The sliding glass door handle had been jiggled in such a manner that the lock mechanism slipped out, because the latch itself was still in the lock position. When they had arrived at the house, the sliding glass door was shut almost all the way, with only a 3-inch opening. Whoever was in the house had remained hidden while I changed. They may have just been hiding. They may have also been watching. There's no doubt they were still waiting for me to arrive home, though. I have a long driveway that they would have seen me pull in, and then heard me messing around with my toddler while getting him out of the car, walking up the walkway, then unlocking the front door and entering. The thought of all this alone haunts me. No electronics were found missing, no jewelry or valuables either. They asked me a lot of questions before they left, and suggested a home alarm system and adding some new locks. They also told me to look out for any missing personal items, like photos or clothing. The layout of my property is also a bit strange. We had a small backyard that sat on top of a hill that went down to water access, and the surrounding area was wetlands. The front of the house had motion sensor lights, so when they left, they stayed on the backside or far side of the house. They would have had to know the lay of the land, or taken a serious chance running into the swamp or falling down a steep hill into the woods. Also, with acres of land between houses, where was their car? Or maybe they had someone driving or waiting down the road with a getaway vehicle. Well, to the person or persons who broke into my house and waited for me to arrive, I hope you fell into the swamp on your way out, and let's not ever meet again. This is something that happened to me just a couple months ago. I love Facebook. I love memes. I love talking to new people. I love long comment sections. That being said, I never give away any personal information, such as where I work or live, my birthday info is private, so on and so on. I've made quite a few friends that I don't know personally, but agree with or had really good discussions with. So, after commenting back and forth on a friend's post for a while, it was no surprise to me when Tyler messaged me. It started off fairly simple. We just talked about the post we'd commented on, how-do-you-dos, common interests. I was excited to have a new friend. He seemed interesting, and we had a lot in common. I'm not a beauty queen or anything, but I let him know after about an hour of casual conversation that I was taken happily. I enjoyed his friendship, but it would not lead to anything more, since I was going to get married next year. He seemed a little bit upset, but respectful. Great. I told him good night, went to sleep, and thought nothing of it. The conversation continued on for a few days. Eventually, he started to get a little bit pushy if I didn't respond immediately. I told him I was very busy, so I may not always answer right away. He apologized and told me he was just bored and lonely. I started to put a little bit of distance, because he didn't really back down. I didn't want to completely give up on this new friendship, though, because I hated the fact that he was so lonely. One day, he randomly messaged me, saying he wanted to have me in his arms. I immediately nipped that in the bud, reminding him of my relationship, and telling him if he didn't stop, then our friendship would be done. Because I respect and am loyal to my fiancé above anyone else. He immediately lost his shit, messaging me saying he didn't care about my fiancé, making threats towards him. I stopped messaging and selected to put his messages on ignore. He could still message me, but it would not go to my inbox. I made a post about it. A friend of mine commented and said he'd done the exact same thing to her, except he knew where she lived and would show up outside her house. I freaked out and went to see if there were more messages from him, because she told me he was bad news, and I should call the police if any threats were being made. This is where the shitstorm really begins. He messaged me well over 12 times, all different kinds of things. Started off kinda taunting me for not answering, then moved on to him messaging me about some asshole who cut him off or was driving too slow for his taste. Then him saying he was going to shoot the guy and it would be my fault because I'd made him so angry by ignoring him. I messaged him telling him to leave me the hell alone and stopped replying for a while. He started messaging me again, narrowing down on where I lived. That really freaked me out, as I'd never told him even a hint about where I lived, or anything even remotely close to my home. The only thing I had ever said was I'd talk to him later because I was going to Arby's to get some food and my phone was dying, yet he somehow knew I was 7 minutes from the Arby's by my house, exactly how long it takes for me to walk there. There are even several different Arby's in my city. Then he started narrowing down to what street I lived off of, down to knowing a 4-door black sedan was linked to my address, which there was, but not in my name. It was in my sister's name when she'd registered it as an Uber. That was enough for me. I called the non-emergency line. The police refused to do anything, of course, saying until he actually showed up or did something, there was nothing that could be done. Never mind that he was sending me pictures of dead people and saying that was going to be my family and narrowing down my address. Unless he actually showed up physically, I was screwed. All I could do was apply for a protective order, so I did. And Tyler kept messaging me, so I told him there was a PO in place and he needed to leave me alone. He responded that there was nothing that could be done until he was served the papers and signed them, which is technically true. My fiancé is in IT and has a cousin who's pretty tech-savvy as well, and managed to get the last couple of addresses Tyler had. The police couldn't find him at either of those, though. We had license plate numbers, address, full name, birthday, yet he somehow seemed untraceable. He stopped for a while, but the day of my court case to have the PO extended to 2 years, he suddenly started back up again. My fiancé filed criminal charges for the threats he'd made. He'd said something like, "Someone could come and shoot you in 15 minutes." Well, his last known address was exactly a 15-minute drive from my house. I've spent the last couple months completely afraid. He was arrested and served finally. I think he was caught speeding or something. It turns out he has a history of this. Multiple charges, all dropped or dismissed. He's done it to a couple of my friends, who showed up to my court case for the criminal charges. They dropped everything from felonies to a misdemeanor disorderly conduct charge, with 12 months suspended jail time, depending on his behavior, because they couldn't prove it was him and not someone else behind the keyboard. Especially with me never having seen his face in real life before this court date, even though I had 2 people who had received messages from him and seen him face to face as well. I can't sleep. The slightest noise wakes me panicking. It's been hell for my family. So let me start by saying this is my first post here, and I really hope it's my last. I've been struggling with this for a few years now, and I still have a hard time talking about it. First, some backstory, so you can understand the story I had with him and why it messed me up so badly. Almost 12 years ago, I met a guy, Charlie, online in a video game. We played together for a while, talked every day, eventually exchanged phone numbers, started texting, calling, and inevitably developing feelings for each other. I decided I was an adultish woman at the ripe age of 19, almost 20, and that I should make the 3,000-mile move to be with this guy. At this point we had been talking for almost 2 years, and I felt confident in this choice. He promised me everything a girl could ever want in a relationship, and I fell for it hook, line, and sinker. I arrive in a southern Texas town, and he picks me up from the airport. We drive to his house. We planned I would live in his grandmother's house, being as it was vacant, and I could afford the rent. He said since his grandmother had passed away, it was something he had cleared with his aunt, and I was all good to move in. He originally told me he would move in with me too, which never happened in the end. The first red flag should have been when he hid me in the house. He never got permission for me to live there, and it turned out that the house was going to be sold in a scant few weeks. I ended up on the couch at his parents' house, whom he lived with. His family is really religious, and he didn't want to let them down by finding somewhere else for us. So I lived with them for a few months, paying rent by cooking and cleaning for his family. I get a part-time job working with Charlie at a major clothing retailer. This is very important later on. I go to his church, fit in with his group of friends, and everything is great at first. His family really likes me, and I was enjoying my time in Texas. The second red flag I missed was his hesitation to introduce me as his girlfriend. He would simply introduce me as his friend, and tell people we were just friends. In private, though, it was the opposite. He would tell me he loved me, how much he cared for me, and that he couldn't wait for us to live together. Everyone knew Charlie and I were together, but he denied it hard. After about 6 months of this, I'm approached by some girl whose name I can't recall. She basically tells me I've stolen her man, that one day some girl is going to weasel her way in like I did, and I'll know her pain. She then leaves. I never see her again or anything. Fast forward about 2 or 3 years, and I'm finally catching on about his shit. I'm tired of being told in public I'm not his girlfriend, but in private how much he loves me. We're on and off again at this point, but we still have feelings for each other, and decided to really give it another go. A new girl, Lucy, starts to work with us. They become fast friends, her calling at all hours to complain about a jerk boyfriend. Instantly, I had a bad feeling about her. I hated her, but I tried so hard to like her and be friends, inviting her over for drinks, taking her to concerts, you name it, I tried it, against my better judgment. Her birthday comes up and he takes her to lunch while I'm working. I see this picture he posted of her on Facebook, and the look she is giving him in the picture. I just knew he was screwing her. My heart sinks. I confronted him, and he tells me it's an unfair question to ask if he's sleeping with her, so I break up with him and decide to stay friends. Biggest mistake of my life. Lucy starts talking about Charlie, his skills in bed, bad-mouthing him, spreading rumors at work, just all kinds of crazy stuff, and she blames me. Around this time, Charlie was also passed over for a promotion at work, and makes this offhanded comment about how he's going to shoot up the store because of this, another red flag I chose to ignore. Charlie was let go. The rumors run wild. I stayed silent because of an investigation at work about the rumors, and the comment Charlie had made about shooting the place up. I wanted no part of that mess. About a week, maybe 2 later, Charlie asked me to go to the movies with him. I said I would go. He kidnapped me, taking me far into the back country, far, far away from anywhere. Smack dab in the middle of nowhere. He parks the car, and I feel super scared at this point. He hasn't said a word in over 30 minutes, and I don't have cell service. He pulls out this gun, cocks it, points it at me, and tells me to tell the truth, or he'll kill me. I started crying, telling him I had no idea what he was talking about. He pulls the trigger. It's empty. He cocks it and points it again, telling me I need to tell the truth, that now we're playing Russian roulette, and I would die if I kept lying. He did this 3 more times. Each time, it was empty. I was in hysterics at this point. I couldn't breathe, I was crying so hard. Suddenly, he tossed the gun in the back seat with a laugh and said, "I'm just playing with you. I wanted to see if you'd keep your story straight. Had to be sure who was lying to me. I'm so glad it's not you. You're a great friend." He drove us back into town for the movies, talking the whole time like nothing was wrong. I was terrified still. I knew I had to get away, so I excused myself partway through the movie. I ran into the restroom, called a friend to pick me up, and then I called the cops. When it was all said and done, they said they couldn't do anything to it, because he'd never actually hurt me, and he didn't have the gun when they came to his house. I had no proof anything happened. I went into hiding. I later found out he'd planned this out with Lucy, and that was her way to get rid of me because he was jealous. He went on to date Lucy for a few more years. I've been hiding from him for 5 years now, and eventually cut all contact with mutual friends when one of them was having lunch with me and told Charlie about it. Thankfully, I left before he was able to show up. Apparently, he really wanted to talk to me, but I hope we never meet again. Obligatory, this happened 12 years ago when I was 17. I'm a female and 29 now. I'm a very avid reader of this sub. I hope this is a good enough story. On mobile though, so sorry for any errors. I grew up in a smallish North Alabama college town that had two types of people, drunk and rowdy college kids, and the old retired family folk. There was hardly any middle ground. It was regarded as relatively safe, but we still locked our doors and closed the curtains tight at night. And this town was part of a Tri-Cities type area, where there were two smaller little towns right across the river about 10 minutes away. One of those neighboring towns had super amazing hiking trails that weaved beautifully through the old woods, with trails to rocky beaches down by the water, and up to high bluffs with caves and waterfalls. It was truly a great stretch of wilderness. There are even the skeletons of a few old plantations / probably slave houses, 'cause it's Alabama, that the land-owning government body is fenced off. I imagine those buildings are a liability because of people like me. I thought they were super cool and creepy, and loved to poke around for old forgotten treasures. Along the 7.5-mile hiking trails, there were 3 parking lots before a river dam at the very end. I was familiar with all 3 of these lots, and the trails connecting and surrounding them. This story takes place at lot number 2, right in the middle. For the life of me, I can't exactly remember the exact time of year. The trees were still green, but barely, and I was wearing a tank top and yoga pants, so it couldn't have been that cold yet. I remember it was an extremely pretty day, and the woods were calling to me as they often do. I had asked my best friend M to meet me at Lot 2, because there was a decaying house only about 30 meters off the lot, completely obscured by trees and just off the trail. You literally could not even tell a building was there until you walked up upon it. I wanted to show it to her and play around in the woods for a while to burn the rest of the day away. It was either early afternoon on the weekend or right after school. I can't quite remember. I arrived at the lot before her, parked my car near the back maybe 3 spaces away from this baby blue car with a hatchback. I could see someone in the driver's seat sitting there, but it's not unusual for a few other people to be there. There were a couple of other cars parked as well, though they were empty. I didn't look over at the person. I don't like to invite other people's eyeballs over to me, or vice versa. I was driving a 2002 Ford Fusion at the time, and thank God the car locks the doors automatically when you get in drive, and does not unlock them after you park unless you hit that button yourself. This feature alone is quite possibly why I was able to avoid a worse outcome here. I didn't want to wait for M in the woods where she couldn't see me, so I just slouched down in my seat, rolled my window down halfway, and turned some music on to wait for her. After probably not even 5 minutes after I parked, though, I watched the man exit the blue car out of the corner of my eye. I already thought it was weird that he was sitting there for so long, so I was looking at my phone but remaining aware of my surroundings. I get paranoia from my father. Thanks. I was a dumb kid who, and really still kinda does, worry way too much about being rude or a bitch to other people, even when they're clearly overstepping. To this day, it gets me in trouble, as I work with the general public. Perfect. I also had a very traumatic childhood, sprinkled with memories of police officers, domestic violence, and them dragging me back to the abusive parent I'd run away from because divorce paper requirements. At this time in my life, I harbored a lot of hatred for the police. I generally believed they could not, and would not help me. This attitude is quite dangerous. This older man just meanders up to my cracked window, slowly, but not in a rush, not creeping exactly either. He's probably in his 60s, decently thin, but not exactly frail-looking. Starts up about what a pretty day it is, and that he's glad I'm out enjoying it. I was uncomfortable long before this moment, but my dumbass responds in kind, shortly but politely, still looking down at my phone. I don't think I ever looked directly at this man's face the whole time, actually. Yeah, I love the sunshine. Me too. 20 seconds of very tense silence. Those pants sure look comfortable. They are. He was just standing there, staring me down, when suddenly, I bet you got a nice pussy. I bet it's good for licking. Whoa there, motherfucker. You guys, I literally said nothing. I couldn't move or breathe or even think, really. I was just so surprised. I couldn't even reach my arm over to roll the window up. That petrified teenage girl just sat there, frantically sending all caps text to M, either my mom or dad, and 2 other male friends. No one replied to the desperate, "Call me right now, please." Fuck my life. I felt myself get hot and nauseated. My armpits started to sweat and roll down my arms. I felt my heartbeat jump into my throat, and my mouth went dry, so I couldn't respond even if I wanted to. Not once did it occur to me to call the police. Not throughout this entire 10-minute ordeal did I ever think to seek help from them, which was unfortunate. I was very lucky, so I didn't say anything. I didn't look up, but I was intently watching him still. There was a tense silence. "How about we go somewhere?" "No thanks, I'm waiting for my boyfriend. He's almost here," I lied. I knew that M wasn't near her phone because she wasn't responding to me, so she probably wasn't even on her way there yet, and her house was 20 minutes out. No one was coming for me. I bet we could go and get back before he gets here. More silence. Then I heard what was unmistakably a single, slow, stealthy pull on the door handle. Oh, thank Jesus. It was still locked. I was internally freaking out. Some pretty intense trembling was happening. I could feel my organs vibrate from it. "Are you sure? I'm a real gentleman. I'm sure you'd have a good time. I promise to have you back before your boyfriend gets here." I just sat there ignoring the harassment. Then, by some miracle of the universe, my mind reconnected with my body finally. I reached over, hit the manual lock on the passenger door, and I shot out into the parking lot and into the woods, knowing this man could never catch me. I was a lean 5'7" forest cat who basically lived in the trees of these woods. No chance in hell anyone would. I didn't look to see if he chased me. I ran into the tree, staying off trail, and doubled back to the dilapidated house close to the lot. I wanted to see where he was or if he was following me. I got onto what was left of the very unstable roof, but I couldn't see him or anything else in the parking lot. I laid down flat up there and waited on M. Still, no one had called me after those messages. Eventually, probably 20 minutes later, she calls me, saying she's finally on her way and asks if everything's okay. I completely broke down trying to tell her the story, and that we're staying on the phone until she gets there because everything was definitely not okay. We did, but the light blue car was long gone by the time she arrived. I never called the police, never reported this pervert, never saw him again, even though I never really avoided that lot. I was for years afterwards, always watching for that light blue car, or anyone matching his physical description. I thank my lucky stars that car kept my doors locked, because that was not a habit of mine back then. I never thought about the importance of reporting these people until I was older. I regret not having called the police. I regret letting that man cause me as much fear as he did, and potentially go on to do God knows what. Always report these freaks. Always. If not for you, do it for the next victim, because there always will be one. To preface this, I love to drive. Like hours-long drives to nowhere in particular with no destination in mind. Just me, my music, and the road ahead of me. Living in Nebraska, I'd often take back roads or lonely highways, cutting through the countryside to small towns, and eventually cities. I'd usually take these drives at night, since there was a lot less traffic to worry about. I've done it since I had my license 4 or 5 years ago, and I've never once had any sort of issue, nor have I ever run into any trouble. That was until a few nights ago. For reference, I'm a relatively small 22-year-old female, and as I've stated before, I often take these drives completely and utterly alone. They're a good way to clear out my head when I'm stressed out, upset, or overwhelmed, or for me to get a plan together to sort personal issues out. I've also done these long and lonely drives to get away from the toxicity of my household when I used to live with my parents, as a means of coping with their alcoholism. Though now that I've moved out and I'm in a much better place mentally, I don't really have the urge to get in my car and just drive anymore. However, on the night this event took place, I was feeling particularly overwhelmed, stressed, and anxious with a clusterfuck of personal issues I'd rather not get into. I felt restless and irritable around my boyfriend, couldn't focus on anything else. I decided I would take a drive to clear my head. My boyfriend was understanding and told me to be careful and not be gone for too terribly long since it was getting very late. I agreed, gave him a kiss goodbye, and left on my way. I drove around our city for about 30 minutes, but I was still feeling on edge about everything transpiring in my personal life, so I decided to drive further north, down those familiar, dark, and winding one-lane highways. I kept the car at a steady speed of 65 miles per hour, taking the turns at a slower pace in case a deer jumped out around the bend. I was just admiring the vast empty darkness of the snow-capped fields and barren trees. It was honestly a bit creepy being all alone with no cars in sight, seemingly in the middle of nowhere. The few houses miles back from the road were lightless, and the dead cornfields withered away and covered in snow. It was like something out of a horror movie, and I half expected to see a ghost pop up in my rearview mirror, or see someone clamber out from the patches of the trees dotting the horizon. By now it was just after 11, and I told myself that once I made the familiar roundabout that would either take you to a small town or back up towards the city, I would head back and go home. That roundabout was still maybe 15 to 25 minutes away though, but other than my imagination picturing the worst, I wasn't really all that concerned. I mean, I was by myself. I didn't have any other motorists to worry about, right? Wrong. As I'm rounding another bend, I notice a vehicle with its hazards flashing, maybe just a quarter of a mile or something away from me. It was some sort of sedan, dark-colored, and it was angled to where only part of it was on the shoulder, while the rest jutted out onto the road, like they had to pull over in a hurry, but didn't quite manage to do so. The driver's side door was flung wide open, and as I slowed my vehicle down and angled it towards the opposite side of the road to pass, I could make out what looked to be blood on the inside of the open door. I didn't see anyone on the road or in the car, and I was the only motorist in sight. Cell phone reception is spotty at best in this part of the country, but more often than not, you couldn't get reception no matter how hard you prayed, which was definitely the case when I took a glance at my phone to see if I had any service. So a lone female on the road at night, pulling up near a vacant vehicle that looks like someone had been attacked on the inside, with no cell service. Now I'm no dummy. I've watched countless episodes of Investigation Discovery and Criminal Minds, and read far too many true crime books to know that this had bad and danger written all over it. But there was still a small part of me that worried something terrible had happened to whoever was inside that vehicle, and I thought I needed to help. These roads don't exactly get a lot of traffic late at night, and temperatures were well below freezing. If someone was hurt or in trouble, there was no one and nothing else to help them except for me. Still, I erred on the side of caution. I was still driving my car, though a bit more slowly, and as I approached the vehicle, I rolled down my passenger window a bit, shut off the music, and called out, "Hey, anyone there? Are you okay?" I didn't hear a response. I worried maybe they were passed out somewhere, but I wasn't exactly about to get out and go search for them. I told myself I'd call out one last time, and if I didn't hear anything, I would leave. The moment there was reception, I would call it in, and if I did hear someone, well, I'd figure out my next course of action then. So again, I shout, "Hey, what happened? Are you okay?" There was silence for just a beat, and then I heard rustling in the shadows of the trees, followed by a gruff voice. "Yeah?" I was relieved at first and was about to say something in response, or possibly even stop my car and get out, when I noticed three things nearly simultaneously. As I inched my way past the front of the sedan, I noticed there was no damage to the hood or anywhere else on the vehicle, which I found strange considering the blood on the inside of the door. In my rear view mirror, I caught a glance of someone coming out from behind the sedan, and they were making their way towards my car fast. The person didn't have any blood on them, or appear injured in any way, wearing a mask. Not like a face mask for COVID or a ski mask or anything normal, but one of those masks you would see in the Purge movies, and they were holding something in their hand. I don't know what it was. I couldn't get a good look, but from its length and shape, my guess was maybe a tire iron or a crowbar. I don't need to tell you that I slammed on the gas the moment I noticed those things, and drove like a bat straight out of hell. My heart was thundering in my chest, and my entire body shaking. My window was still rolled down in my haste, and the music was still shut off, so I could clearly hear someone, definitely a man, shouting at me, though I had no clue what they were trying to say. I just knew I had to get out of there immediately. I stole one last look in my rearview mirror as I drove away, mostly to see if they were getting in their sedan to follow me, or if they had stopped. The man with the weapon was still standing in the middle of the road watching me drive off. But right before I looked away from the mirror, I saw a second man emerge from the trees that had been rustling earlier, also wearing one of those creepy masks, but no trace of blood to be found. I probably broke every law for speeding that night, but I wanted to get as far away from those men as possible. As soon as I made it to the roundabout, I turned towards town, parked in the Walmart parking lot that thankfully still had cars from who I assumed were workers closing up shop, and proceeded to have a full-on meltdown. When I could pull myself together finally, I called one of my friends, T, who was a police officer, to tell him what happened and ask what I should do next. He was concerned for me, and after asking if I was okay, where I was, if they followed me, he told me that since it was out of city limits, he couldn't really do much on his end, but he could get in contact with the local police/sheriff in that jurisdiction to take my statement and check it out. I agreed, thanked him, and while I waited for police to show up, I called my boyfriend. Through my hysterical sobs and panic, I managed to tell him what happened, not even 10 or so minutes ago. He was, as you could imagine, super freaked out for my safety, and wanted me to either come home immediately, or drive down himself to take me home. I told him the police were on their way to take my statement, so I couldn't leave, but I was okay. I stayed on the phone with him until I saw the familiar police cruisers pulling into the lot. I gave the police my statement, and they assured me they would go back to the spot I told them the sedan had been, to take a look. They would try to catch the guys who did it, though with no cameras and no description of the men, I was sure they wouldn't be able to. I didn't even get the license plate number, though at the time of my panic the thought never came to mind until the police were asking if I'd gotten it. All they had to go off of was a dark-colored sedan and two guys with masks. After I gave my statement, I went home and curled up close to my boyfriend the whole night, listening to every sound the house made in fear it would be those men arriving any minute to finish whatever it was they'd started. Since the incident, I haven't heard back from police about whether or not they've found any leads, and I'm pretty sure they never will. I'm just thankful I'm still here and didn't stop my car to get out. I'm not sure what would have become of me if I had. I still have so many questions that have no answers. What were they doing? Why? Was that blood on the inside of the car or just a ruse to get more attention? If it really was blood, maybe they hurt someone else. What would have happened to me if I decided to stop too? Needless to say, I won't be going on any more late-night drives to anywhere, and I hope I never cross paths with those men again. I have several Let's Not Meet stories rolling around in my head. I think today I'm ready to tell the story of my stalker. To preface this, I know there are a lot worse stalker stories out there, and mine might be pretty mild, but it still terrified me and haunts me to this day, nearly 10 years later. It was my first real full-time job after college. I went to school for art, but the job was basically an admin, along with a bunch of random responsibilities. At least once a week I worked in the warehouse, counting and organizing inventory. A coworker of mine started hanging around, and seemed like he really wanted to be friends. He was very helpful with the job, having been there for a while and knowing the ins and outs of the company. His name was Tim. He was 46, lived in his mom's basement, and had never been married. He had a cat he talked about often and claimed he used to be a Hell's Angel. He drove 18-wheelers and thought they were super cool. He started offering to smoke me out on lunch breaks, which I would accept because, duh. Then he started buying me lunch, stating, "My friend did this for me when I was your age. I'm just paying it forward. One day you can help someone else when you have the money to spend on them." He knew all the local places to eat and would choose a place, suggesting what I should try. It was a mistake to ever accept anything from him. But I'm a foodie, and he introduced me to new things like Cuban espresso and burger buffets, adding excitement to my otherwise monotonous workday. Around that time, our friend's cat had several kittens. One of them was a beautiful tortie, Penny, that I knew Tim would love, so I fostered her for a bit until he decided he wanted her and came over to pick her up. She got along well with his other cat and was super sweet. He loved her and would send me pictures of her and them all together all the time. We had him over, my boyfriend and I, a few times over a period of about a year. He told the same stories over and over again, but we tolerated him because he seemed quite lonely. I made him a dating profile because he often spoke about how he wants to meet the one, but he rejected every single woman he matched with. He would pick their appearance apart on beautiful women who were in his age group, some even much younger. Now when I say Tim is an unattractive man, please trust me. He was gross, overweight, sweaty, had thick, coarse black hair, and a huge gap in his incisors that he would suck spit through after he laughed, licking his teeth. He had giant pores and moles as well, and he was just old. We did have many enjoyable conversations, but eventually I started to get the creepy vibes. For my birthday that year, he bought me a first edition of my favorite book, after I told them this story about how I lost my mass-produced copy. I had exchanged favorite books with a friend who ended up losing my favorite one. Her book was Twilight, which I hated. He also bought me a necklace that was for cancer survivors, which was very sweet but also kind of really personal and awkward. Still, it seemed innocent enough at this point. He would show up with a case of beer, knocking on the door unexpectedly. We tried to be hospitable, but it started to get really annoying. However, I felt bad for him. He was always so overtly nice and helpful at work that I felt bad just turning him away. One day after we had lunch, while sitting in his truck in our work parking lot, he told me he thought I was the one. I reminded him about my boyfriend, and he told me, "No, he's not right for you. You're supposed to be with me." "No, Tim. You know I care about you as a friend, but I'm not interested in anything with you like that. You're making me very uncomfortable." "I love you. I can take care of you. Think of all I can do for you. I have this much in savings." "Please stop. This is getting weird. I don't like you like that at all. Please drop it." I got out of the truck and shut the door, but the storm was just beginning to brew. After he confessed his love for me, I told my husband, then boyfriend, everything. He had warned me, and he reminded me how he called it, how he always knew this would happen, that Tim just gave off creepy vibes. I shouldn't have accepted all those gifts. He was totally right, and I felt sick. I started putting distance between Tim and I, while still being kind and sociable at work. I told my husband everything, though. Tim would call me over and over again, even though I always ignored it, until one night we finally got sick of it. I answered the phone and told him to stop calling me. He was crying and begging. My boyfriend snatched the phone, told him to fuck off, and hung up. That's when the threats began. He would call and leave voicemails about how he couldn't stand to look at Penny, how he was going to take her in the woods and kill her, or he could just let her be free to be eaten by wild animals since she was still so small. He said she reminded him of me, and that he hated her as much as he hated me, that he wanted to bash her brains in. I started to call in sick to work. I didn't want to see him. He ignored me deliberately, which I appreciated. He wouldn't look at me, and acted normal besides his sudden coldness towards me. Seeing him was awful. I ended up getting laid off, and Tim had other coworkers try to contact me on his behalf. People reaching out, telling me I needed to call him, that he's hurt by my sudden leaving. I would get calls from random phone numbers in my area, and it would always be Tim. I would hang up as soon as I heard him say hello. I ended up changing my phone number, and we moved across the country. It was maybe a year later. Somehow he found my new number, and called again, leaving this huge voicemail. He said he had found the one, but also he was dying. I can't remember how or why he was dying. It's all hazy now, but he needed this innovative technology or surgery or some such that happened to only be available in my town, in my state, 1,000 miles away from where he lived and where we'd worked together a year before. He wanted to meet up. He was excited to catch up and introduce me to his pregnant fiancée, and also he needed my new address. At this time, I was pregnant with my first and only child. Tim said his fiancée was pregnant too, that we would be parents at the same time. At that moment, I blocked every single person I had ever known from that town on Facebook, every single person that knew Tim, that he could have gotten information from. I changed my phone number again as well. Nightmares started of him showing up in the middle of the night, having somehow found us, of him carrying a case of beer, banging on the door, sucking spit through his teeth. I felt like he wanted to find me so he could get back at me somehow. Looking back, he was a total incel. I don't know if any of his story was true, or what his plans were if we did meet up. Anyways, fuck this dude. Let me start off by saying I am not anti-law enforcement. In fact, I get along well with the police. I've known several who are exceptionally good people. My worst police experience was as a teen, being mischievous. I hit a cop with a water balloon in the dark thinking it was one of my friends. Big oops. He just lectured me and took me home, though. He remained a family friend for decades. All of them are people like all of us, but after a trip out of state, I have to wonder if some really aren't demons. I went from Utah to New Mexico to pick up my mom, because she was having a hard time living alone at age 79. It was planned that when the time came, she would come to live with me. My husband was 100 miles ahead of us, with the U-Haul truck full of her belongings. I was driving her Nissan car with her 2 fur babies riding in the back seat in their carriers. The cats were seat-belted in and covered up with a blanket. We laughed and joked the entire way, even stopped at a souvenir shop because we knew we wouldn't be back again. We drove for hours. So far, a smooth trip. We stopped in Gallup, Navajo Reservation land for gas and snacks. It was nearly 1 a.m. at this time. When I parked at the gas pump, a Navajo man appeared at the car window, holding a cloth with silver and turquoise jewelry and beaded items. He wouldn't let me open the car door until I rolled the window down half an inch and negotiated for his cheapest item, and stuffed $10 through the window. He couldn't stuff the necklace through a space that small, though, so he hung the necklace on the car antenna and walked away to sit with his buddy at a picnic table nearby the convenience store door. Mom and I just looked at each other and debated if we had enough gas to get to the next station. I hurried and filled up the tank and left ASAP. It felt very creepy. We were the only customers there in the middle of nowhere late at night, and we didn't feel safe. Glad to be on the road again, we were still talking about that spooky guy and calming down from being shaken up. He had a threatening look and mannerisms that suggested that telling him no thanks would be a very bad decision. I told myself to just buy something so he might go away. It was cloudy and seemed extra dark that night. No other traffic on the highway but us through miles of desert. No businesses, nothing but coyotes, buzzards, and sagebrush. Also, lots of stray dogs. Suddenly, the dark night was lit up by this blinding light. I couldn't see anything, not even the lines on the road. Mom joked that aliens were about to come abduct us. New Mexico is famous for the Roswell aliens for those of you who don't know. My guess, though, is that it was some rednecks with a sixer who were bored or highway robbers or something. Well, we were both wrong. We somehow entered the Twilight Zone. This large vehicle hovered very close to our back bumper, deliberately blinding me with a set of extremely bright lights pointing right at me. I was driving 65, the exact speed limit, and the truck followed for miles before deciding to finally pass me. Thank God. However, as he passed, he pointed his spotlight at me and kept blinding me directly in my eyes. The side of his door said, "Sheriff." We had a bad feeling about this, and decided he was just checking us out to see if we looked like wanted outlaws or something. Mom called us Thelma and Louise. I joked and told her we weren't all that far from the Grand Canyon. I tried to be calm and act normal, and make no mistakes to give him a reason to pull us over. You see, in the news for the past several weeks, Mom had told me there was this serial rapist cop in that area of New Mexico. I thought she was joking, but she swore up and down she wasn't. I could tell that this cop wasn't acting right. He didn't want to pull us over. He wanted to scare us. I told my mom to get my phone and call 911 to see why this officer would be interested in us and describe what he was doing. No service. Instead of passing, he was just driving directly alongside us. He was shining his brightest lights directly in my face, making it nearly impossible to drive. I knew if I pulled over, though, I might regret it, and I had to keep us safe. I joked that things come in threes, so what's next? We looked at each other and said, "We crash." We tried not to laugh and look at the road. We were calming ourselves and each other with jokes, but we were truly afraid. The car dropped back and got behind me again, following much too closely with those horrible bright lights. I was always prepared to be pulled over, but he never turned on his red and blue lights. For several more miles, he stayed right behind me and made it as dangerous as possible to try and drive. We asked each other all the questions only this crazy guy could answer. Why is he doing this? What's wrong with him? Was it something we did? Mostly, though, we discussed what we should do. We didn't exactly have a lot of options. We planned to stop at the next open business. As suddenly as he lit up our night, though, he turned off all of his lights and just vanished into the dark. We weren't sure if he would pop up again, so it took a long time to feel like we got away. He followed us for 25 miles. I trembled for the next 200. I wanted to talk to the sheriff department after I was sure we were safe, and ask what the actual fuck just happened. We decided to just be grateful it wasn't worse. We weren't harmed in the end, but we were shaken as hell. We wondered if that wasn't the rogue cop in the news, and we were so glad we were together and not driving alone. Plan A would have meant we each would drive a vehicle, but when we needed another driver, Plan B, my husband volunteered and towed our car so we could drive together in hers. The highway we were on was even 666 until they eventually changed the number later. Did I beat the devil on Highway 666? I don't know. I'm glad I won't be going back there ever, though. In 1985, I lived on the Mesa in Santa Barbara, California. Across the street from my home was a mini shopping center with a small grocery store, a lumber store, and a dentist's office. Kim Morgan, a college student, was kidnapped from there after agreeing to meet her abductor under false pretenses. She had placed an ad seeking a room in exchange for doing housework and babysitting. There were several witnesses who saw them together there, and her car was found there on the day she disappeared. There were sketches of this man in the papers and on the news. He was very distinct, and so was his car. Her photo was also all over the news. 3 days after Kim was taken, I was walking to the corner and took a shortcut across the shopping center parking lot. I did this all the time, but today was different. A car matching that description of the wanted car cut me off, and a man matching the description of that wanted man offered me a ride. I recognized that man and the car from the sketches in the news, and tried to act like I didn't notice. I said I didn't need a ride because I was near where I was going. He insisted he would drive me there. I pointed at the dentist's office and said I was already at my destination. The man became very angry and told me he'd drive me. I walked away, behind his car, and made a point to look at his license plate. I wanted so badly to run, but I knew I had to walk calmly. I entered the office and told the receptionist to call the cops because Kim Morgan's kidnapper had just tried to get me into his car. The lady looked out the window to see his car leaving the driveway. Dr. Barthels was my dentist, and everyone there knew me. I forgot the license plate number before I got into the office, unfortunately. The police were called, and I gave all the info I had. At their suggestion, I did not continue my journey to the fast food place in the next shopping center, and didn't go back home in case he was watching nearby. The police were going to take me home, but they didn't want to show the man where I lived. The plan was to stay in their waiting room until my mom could pick me up after work. I was very shook up and creeped out. There was no doubt it was that same man. I felt lucky to have had the presence of mind to act calmly and get into a nearby business for help. Mom picked me up almost 3 hours later, and we went home together. I was grateful to the staff, who stayed 45 minutes past closing time, but locked the door at 5 for safety. My mom watched the news every evening. 2 days after she picked me up at the dentist's office, a shocking top story chilled me to the core. Some of Kim Morgan's dismembered remains were found in the Los Padres forest, less than 10 miles from my home. That was another shock to me, because I often rode my bike on those forest roads. I'd pack a lunch and make a day of it. I was feeling lucky I didn't cross paths with him there, because I doubt I could have gotten away in that case. There were similar murders that summer, and possibly the man was a serial killer. In the end, he was never caught. Background: I was 26 at the time, pregnant, and lived in a very rural area. Tom had always been friends with my friends throughout high school. He was the quiet art kid who had insane natural talent. Seemed nice enough, but despite always wearing a smile, he just gave people, girls mostly, the feeling that something was off about him. I never spent a lot of one-on-one time with him because of this, but I never really had any reason to believe he was dangerous either, just a bit weird. Anyways, years after high school, I reconnect with my high school sweetheart, Jamie, who happens to be best friends with Tom. Everything was going great for Jamie and me. We got married, started a family. We're remodeling an old family home on acres of land that was our own. The dream. By this point, Tom had become a regular at gatherings. I noticed more and more that he had a weapons fascination and also liked to brag on himself. Obnoxious, but still nothing to make me feel threatened. Tom, by this point in time, had married a woman who was old enough to be his own mother. These two were not a healthy, cohesive couple. Super codependent, manipulative, and apparently they'd even gotten physical with one another. In the midst of this, Tom had started drinking and lying about it as well. Getting 2 DWIs and even showing up at our house drunk. Jamie eventually told him to show up sober or don't come over at all. I was about 3 months pregnant, and he didn't want that in our home. Time goes by and no word from Tom. That is, until about 3 months since his last visit. He calls my husband wanting to chat and sounds very depressed. I'm about 6 months along at this time. Jamie has him come by and they chat outside. Tom wants to leave his wife. Good for him. But something isn't right. Even more so than normal. Jamie sneaks to Tom's scooter while Tom comes inside to use our restroom. He finds a stashed bottle of vodka. While Jamie is still outside, Tom all of a sudden doesn't have to use the restroom anymore. He turns to me and looks me up and down, so cold and expressionless. You know, Jess, women are the most beautiful when they're pregnant. You've never been more gorgeous. He makes a move to get closer to me, but by this time Jamie is walking in. "Come outside. We need to talk." Shortly afterwards, I hear Tom leave, and Jamie comes to tell me about the alcohol. I tell him about the creepy comment, and we both agreed that he couldn't be trusted. He was not welcome here until he got help. After that, Tom stopped calling. No texts, nothing. Jamie reached out to make sure he was okay, but no response. From what we heard from his family, he was fine, just working, staying busy, and trying to keep sober. We really hoped he was taking care of himself. 2 months later, at 8 months pregnant, I'm no longer working, preterm labor, and Jamie works 6 days a week. That's a lot of time alone. His schedule was always the same, and had not changed in years. So when Tom randomly showed up at our house at 10 a.m. on a day he knew Jamie worked, I was extremely confused. I usually napped around that time because I was huge and tired. Luckily, I was awake this time, and in our front room. This room has a huge window that faces our driveway, and the door to my right leads to our garage. I shot him a nervous wave through my window. He didn't seem to see me, and was grabbing something out of a duffel bag on his scooter. He pulled out a shotgun. I know there's fight or flight, but I just froze. He also grabbed a bottle and took a swig from it. I'm guessing whiskey because of the bottle and color. He finally noticed me, the sheer horror on my face. In return, I got a hateful look. He said something I couldn't hear, then smiled. Not a happy smile either. He packed up his gun and left. I immediately called Jamie. He didn't answer. I text totally freaked out while checking the locks. Jamie called back about 10 minutes later, and as we're talking, Jamie's dad calls. Tom just tried to break into his home. Thankfully, Jamie's dad is always armed. He'd caught him red-handed, but didn't call the cops because of their long-standing friendship with Tom's family. Apparently, Tom hadn't had his gun out when he was caught, so Jamie's dad didn't feel threatened enough to call the cops. Not happy about that, but it wasn't my choice. Don't worry, I called the cops myself later that day. That alone was scary and super confusing, but what Jamie told me days later really freaked me out. When I was working, I worked a set schedule, except for occasionally when I'd be called in. One day, a month prior to my incident, Jamie called in sick, and I coincidentally was called in to work. I hated leaving him there sick, but duty called. Jamie said he had been napping a little after 9 due to a high fever. He had woken up at some point to the sound of doors opening and closing, but was so out of it, he figured it must have been his fever. What woke him up and kept him at least semi-alert, though, was the bell on our bedroom door. He heard it jingle twice lightly. He vaguely remembers looking up and seeing what looked like Tom at the end of our bed staring at him. He said he passed out from the fever getting worse and came to not long afterward. By then, Tom was long gone, so Jamie figured it was just a fever dream messing with him. After the gun incident, though, he wasn't too sure anymore. It's been over 2 years, and we make no attempts to talk to Tom. He used to drive by from time to time, but never tried to make contact. That has stopped, but I still make sure all my locks and windows are secure throughout the day. This happened a few years ago, when I was around 20 or so. I was hanging out with my buddy Matt at my apartment, located in the downtown area of a medium-sized Midwestern city. We were drinking whiskey, watching comedies, playing tunes, etc. He mentions that he has a really close friend, Emily, who used to live in my apartment building with her mother. She now lives across the street from me, and he thought it would be a swell idea if we met, because apparently we're very similar, and I was single and ready to mingle at that point in my life. He rings her cell and tells her to come by my place. She arrived at my apartment, and I instantly became fond of her. She was hilarious, very pretty, and a musician just like me. She was around 30, so 10 years older than me. My friend Matt was 35. I've always had friends that are much older for some reason. We played songs together and laughed hysterically for hours. Matt decided to go home, leaving us two alone. We chilled for a while longer, ended up making out, and I got all of her contact info before she told me she's going home, and that we would meet up again soon. Over the next few weeks, we developed a pretty strong relationship, and we would hang out almost daily. I would just throw some pajamas on and walk across the street, and we'd get wasted and watch movies together. It was completely awesome. After arriving home from my 10-day trip in New York City, things got really weird though. The day I returned, she asked if she could come over, so I unpacked my shit and then told her to stop by. She rings the buzzer, takes the elevator 7 floors up to my apartment, and lets herself in. I was talking non-stop about all of the awesome things I did and the people I'd met in New York City. I could tell immediately, though, that she didn't want to hear any of it. She would change the subject every time I brought it up, and eventually she just said, "Can you stop talking about New York? I really don't give a fuck." I was surprised to hear her speak like this. The Emily I had been getting to know was not like that. She was caring and passionate, an amazing person, or so I thought. Fast forward to a few nights later. I had just gotten home from working a 12-hour shift. I collapse in bed, ready to pass out for the night. It's about 9 p.m. when I get a text from Emily that says, "Hey, what's up?" I didn't feel much like replying at the moment. I was too exhausted, and our last hangout was a bit too weird for me to comprehend, so I was still trying to decide how to deal with that. I plugged my phone into charge, turned off the lights, and fell asleep effortlessly. Suddenly, though, I woke up to somebody pounding on my door, screaming at the top of their lungs. "Open the fucking door! Let me in right now!" My apartment reeks like cigarette smoke. I grab my phone from beside my bed, my heart beating 1,000,000 miles an hour. 27 missed phone calls, a bunch of text messages, all from Emily. I scan through the text while she's still at the door screaming, trying to break it down. The most recent text from her is a long one, claiming I'm a piece of shit for not responding to her earlier, and she's coming over to beat the shit out of me for not doing so. She had a key to the building still from when she used to live there. I get out of bed nearly having a panic attack and try to decide just what my next move should be. Should I open the door and calm her? Should I call the police? Should I just ignore her? I decide to open the door. She begins wailing on me, swinging her arms and trying to hit me. She was smoking a cigarette, and there were 3 butts on the ground next to her. Smoking indoors was prohibited by my apartment building, by the way. She was very obviously on some sort of drug as well. She kept screaming at me, telling me how awful I am, slurring her speech and losing her balance. Somehow I was able to calm her down. I took her to the roof of the building, which had a pretty nice enclosed picnic table area. We sat beside one another. She was quiet now, finally. She kept asking me how I could be such an asshole, and that I needed to explain myself. The look in her eyes was pure evil as she spoke to me in this calm demeanor. I tried my best to explain to her. "Emily, I don't ever want to speak to you again after tonight. This whole scenario is absolutely insane. You need some help. Let me walk you home." I took her home and returned to my apartment to attempt sleeping, which of course I did not succeed at. A couple days later, I returned home from work to see an envelope taped to my door. I opened it. It was a handwritten letter from Emily apologizing, saying that I didn't deserve an evil person like her in their life. There was a candy bar attached to the envelope as well, one I had never heard of, that she had always told me I needed to try. I never spoke to her again after that. From what Matt tells me, which by the way he informed me after that he'd always known she was a problematic person, she is a heavy user of crack now and is working as a food runner at a restaurant nearby.